Test, test, test. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, Katie. I'll be with you in a moment. It's like I'm about to sing karaoke. Nothing quite that fancy. Oh, thank you. Hello to you as well. We're doing something fun today for the stream for the silly day. Seems like a good idea for what to do this year because unfortunately Vivian's got to be at work and we can't just let the funny day go unremarked, can we? Gotta point out the funny day with the funny number in it. Gotta expect the unexpected? Well, I mean, like, half of our Let's Plays are, like, reading comprehension tests anyway, so... Hey, Evie. Welcome to the stream. That made it sound bad. I like to read things. That is part of why we like Let's Playing visual novels. Indeed, 420 spook it. That is indeed today's mood. I gotta say though, from the suggestions that we called off of Twitter, a lot. I gotta say, a lot of it's pretty basic. Not in a bad way. It's just all like classic stuff that I've definitely heard of before, which is good because it means I know it's gonna be good stuff. It's like I expected like at least a couple ones I didn't recognize. Jupiter threw in one that I had never heard of before. That appears to be part of a series, but I liked it a lot. Really big fan of people narrating stories. Well, you've come to the right place. Oh, well, I hope you enjoy it, Katie. Just so we're clear, I have no idea about, like, what the time frame is on this. Like, I have no idea how long this is going to take or whatever, or if it wind up hitting the 4-hour mark and I'm like only a couple in, I'll be like, okay, maybe we need to cut it off and do something and call it there, but we'll see how this goes. I don't actually anticipate it'll take me that long, but let's find out. Well, in just a minute I'll pull up what we're reading today, because I've got them all set up and ready to go. In fact, let's do that right now. Hi, Moska. All right. Oh, good. This is going to be fucky because that's going to be on my screen. Hold on. I'm going to pull up chat on my phone so I can at least say hi to everyone. There it is. Cool, you get to hear me twice now. Let me turn off the volume here. Spooky Weed Day, exactly. Today we're celebrating the spooky substance day by doing spooky reading stuff. We're gonna get started with this is one I hadn't I believe it was Raina that suggested this one. This is one I hadn't read until very recently. Like last time when we played Doki Doki Literature Club, we put out a call for favorite creepypastas, and this was one of them. And I believe again it was Raina that suggested it this time. This one is called I found a small box hidden in a mall that contains the recollection of a 19-year-old girl who decided to kill someone just to see what it's like. I really like this one a lot, so I hope I can do it justice. As mentioned, I recently found this box and have anxiously shared its contents online over the past couple days. According to the paper, she wrote this just a few hours after the murder, and that I am the first person to read it. See above links for details. Several people suggested that I post the story here, and I'm happy to oblige. Below is the full transcription. If you found this note in a small wooden box with a heart on it, then congratulations! You're probably the first person to read this. I didn't really plan on sharing this with anybody, but for some reason I think it's exciting that somebody out there, a complete stranger, will come across this note and read my story. Someone I will never meet sharing such a personal bond with me. I'm fascinated that either one of us could die, even as soon as tomorrow, with the other being completely clueless to the fact. To you, my entire life is within this note, and so I will live for as long as your memory can carry me. Writing this, I'm wondering if that makes you feel fascinated or violated. It's so exciting. I'm sorry if my story's a bit disorganized, but I'd like to get it down while it's still fresh on my mind. First, I'll tell you a bit about myself. I'm a first-year college girl and have led, by most standards, a pretty unspectacular life up till this point. I grew up in an upper-middle-class school district with decent teachers. I did track in middle school and some of high school. I've had 2 boyfriends. Now I'm studying for a career in occupational therapy because I feel the field is undervalued and provides tremendous help to people. I'm giving you this background because there's this strange misconception that if you want to kill someone, then you're either sick in the head or you've got anger management issues. But it's very apparent that I don't fall into either of those categories. It's true that most murder cases are in a domestic setting where someone loses control of their anger or something, but the thing is that those people kill under provocation, whether by a singular outburst or by a slow burning series of misfortunes. Those people kill because in that brief moment, they want a specific someone, for a specific reason, to be hurt or killed. What I'm talking about is wanting to kill someone for no specific reason. Maybe just to see what it's like. Do you ever get that? I wouldn't know how others feel because it's not something I ever talked about, but I've been curious about what it's like to kill someone ever since I was a child. Not killing anyone in particular, just a random person. It's always just fascinated me that if I put my mind to it, I can approach anyone, and in 5 minutes they would be completely gone from this earth. But I've never done so for a couple of reasons. First of all, for most of my life, it was logistically impossible for me to do so without getting caught. I only got my driver's license a couple of years ago, and even then, the preparations would take too much time, definitely stirring suspicion. It was only once I started college that I realized this was no longer an obstacle. Another reason is that I was afraid of causing harm to too many people. You might laugh reading at that, at how hypocritical it sounds, but let me explain. Why should I feel bad about killing someone if they're too dead to care? Who would I be feeling bad for? Contrarily, it's the grief of the living that I'd rather not be responsible for. Because of this, I knew it would take a good deal of research before finding a suitable person to kill, and I've never had the means to do so, again, until I started college. And now, having just experienced it, I'd say it was pretty satisfying in the end. Something I would try again? Probably not, since my curiosity has already been satisfied. I really wouldn't be the same a second time. But anyway, if by any chance you're also curious to kill someone, then you're welcome to take notes. Smiley face. Oh, this is good. Oh, I saw some people come into the chat while I was starting here. Hello, Raina. Hello, Alice. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a good day. I started a hobby of people watching soon after I entered college. People watching is interesting to me because it's taking one of the infinite extras in your life and turning them into a main character, without them knowing, of course. It's so easy to forget that every single one of the hundreds of strangers you pass every day has a life story as deep and complex as your own. One thing I noticed about people watching and wanted to kill someone is that when you're in a more constant awareness of this, when I find a person to observe, their story slowly becomes more clear to me over time, gaps being filled. It really is amazing. I usually went to grocery stores on weekends and looked around in people's shopping carts. If I saw something that interested me, I decided to observe the person for a little bit. Of course, since my goal was to find someone to kill, I ruled out anyone who had children or a partner with them. Wedding rings were another telltale sign. So maybe once a weekend, I would find someone who fit my criteria, at which point I would follow them home and note their address. From there, it became incredibly easy to investigate a little bit more. Most people have normal work hours, meaning I could spend afternoons going through their mail or looking around in their house. I repeated this with several people and had one close call, but for varying reasons, I didn't really feel satisfied enough with them to kill any of them. I started getting a bit impatient and thought that I might just settle for killing the man named Devin, even though I didn't really want to kill someone wealthy. But then I came across someone new, someone who just felt perfect. The feeling only strengthened as I investigated her further, and I knew that she would be the one for me to kill. A young-looking woman I met at the grocery store, as per usual. She was doing some light shopping with a basket. Her hair was wavy and dark brown, sitting inelegantly on her slumped shoulders and surrounding her tired-looking face. Her bare fingers told me that she might be single, but beyond that, my gut was almost certain of it. This woman just seemed so plain, really. I guess I felt a greater acuity for the personal lives of strangers ever since I started my people watching. But the way she carried herself, I just got the feeling that if she suddenly died, nobody would be around to miss her. Of course, I still wanted to investigate her a bit. I followed my usual routine of checking out her place during her work hours. I learned immediately from her mail that her name is Linda Watson. Linda lived in a quiet apartment complex, her mailbox easily accessible right outside her door. Instead of quickly shuffling through it, I decided I would take her mail back to my dorm and return it before she was finished with work. She lived only about 15 minutes from me. I did some research and learned how to open and reseal the envelopes without damaging them, which took some technique along with a hairdryer, rubbing alcohol, Q-tips. This made it easier for me to learn a little more about her. Linda was a 33-year-old woman who worked at a small accounting firm. I'd rather not name it the place outright. Her birthday was December 11th, which coincidentally was approaching in a couple of weeks. I also managed to find a bank statement that gave me a nice look into how she's been spending her past month. It was at this point I realized that my assessment of Linda Watson as an extremely plain woman was pretty much spot on, because there was absolutely nothing interesting on the list. A trip to Old Navy, a bunch of Starbucks, something about $40 from Amazon. No restaurants, no movies, nothing that would really imply that she was spending any time socializing. That aside, I also found a cooking magazine, so I guess she was into cooking. Neat. Apartments are harder to break into than suburban homes because there are fewer doors and windows. Every time I got Linda's mail, I would check the front door and the windows in the back, but they were always locked. This was a bit frustrating because I was really interested in getting into her house. So I came up with a sort of plan that I thought would be fun, even if it didn't work. Last Saturday, I visited Linda Watson's apartment complex as I would on weekdays. The difference is that this time, I wanted her to be home. I thought it would be interesting to have a conversation with her. If I got lucky, I could take advantage of the situation to discreetly unlock a window from the inside. So I walked up to her door, wearing nothing warmer than a light sweatshirt, and knocked. The adrenaline rush was crazy. I was afraid I might screw something up. The door opened, and in front of me stood Linda Watson, exactly as I remembered her from the grocery store. It was at that moment, making eye contact for the first time, that I realized I was running the risk of beginning to care about this person. As selfish as it is, I couldn't kill a person I cared about, even if it is a 33-year-old woman standing in her doorway with a slightly perplexed look on her face, giving me a reserved hello. Arms crossed from the cold, I shyly returned Linda's greeting. I explained that I was walking my dog near the woodsy area behind the back of her apartment and that he had gotten away. I'd been looking for my dog for an hour and was wondering if Linda may have seen him roaming about. Of course, Linda sympathetically apologized for the situation and that she couldn't be of use to me, but that she would keep an eye out. I wore a defeated expression in response, apologizing in return for troubling her. It somehow went exactly as I hoped. Linda invited me inside to warm up a bit with some coffee. I outwardly hesitated before accepting her offer, although on the inside I wanted to jump through the door and hug her for cooperating so well. And that's how Linda Watson ended up with a 19-year-old girl next to her on the couch. Who knows if it was just a nice gesture or if she really has no better way to spend her Saturdays than talking to some kid she just met, who happens to be interested in killing her. Linda soon learned that my name is Maria, and that I attended the nearby community college. I was a little bit nervous that she would ask me too many questions because I didn't have many answers prepared. I was able to steer the conversation toward her, and she was pretty happy to talk. I asked what she does, and she told me that she works for the accounting firm I already knew about, communicating with outside clients and keeping records. I told her I was pretty nervous about growing up. She told me to enjoy college and to make lots of friends because there's less opportunity once you start working. Suddenly hard pivots into age gap here. You're not wrong. Taking a break to sip on some coffee and wet my whistle a bit. When I asked if she was married or anything, she laughed. Of course I knew she wasn't married, but I wanted to hear more about her love life. She said that she doesn't currently have a boyfriend. I guess she's at least had boyfriends, but who knows how long ago. When I asked her about kids, she said she doesn't want them until she gets a better job. On top of that, she told me that her family has a history of some genetic diseases such as arthritis and depression, which she is afraid to give to her kids. It's funny that she mentioned that because when I asked her to use her bathroom, I noticed a tube of prescription pills on the sink. It was labeled duloxetine, which I looked up later and discovered that it is in fact an antidepressant. I had a joking thought that maybe by killing her I'd be doing her a favor, but quickly decided I was a terrible person for coming up with that. The rest of the visit was pretty dull. We talked about food and some other mundane stuff before I eventually made an excuse to leave. I didn't get the chance to unlock a window or anything like that, but I didn't really feel the need to go through her apartment anymore. As early as the drive back to my dorm, I was already thinking about how I would best like to kill Linda Watson. The choice was between effectiveness and fun. I decided to go with fun because it would be a way more satisfying to kind of like dissect her as I killed her, rather than just getting it done and calling it a day. Fast forward 1 week to December 13th. Today, actually. Linda Watson turned 34 2 days ago. I made a fun little wager with myself, where Linda was spending her birthday weekend alone. I would pay her a visit and kill her. If she was out or had company, I would stop by next week or something instead. So this morning, I drove over to Lowe's and bought an axe. Again, I expect you're laughing, but that's also kind of the point. An axe is so cliche and kind of movies thing that I actually thought it would be the most fun. Swinging it at someone and everything, it's a really entertaining image. They actually had a bunch of different axes, so I picked the one that had like a good weight, but was still light enough for me to swing quickly. The drive after getting the axe was when the adrenaline really picked up. All that kept going through my mind on the way over was, wow, I'm really doing this. Not in a bad way, just like a surprise, like this is real life sort of thing. I also got this strange rush of recollections of the time I spent with Linda. It was like my life was flashing before my eyes, except it was just the rather mundane hour I spent with Linda. Like snippets of our conversations, the sound of her laugh, her facial expressions and stuff. I also wondered to myself what the crazy serial killers would be feeling at a time like this. Schizophrenic delusions? Sexual buildup? I have no idea. But what I felt was kind of like ridiculously alert and numb in the senses at the same time. However, that's possible. Before getting out of the car, I had the sense to stuff the axe into my backpack to look a little less ridiculous walking across the parking lot. The handle was sticking out, but that didn't really matter. At that point, my heart was pounding so hard I could feel my throat throbbing. I tried controlling my breath, but it's really hard to not breathe fast when your heart is pounding like that. I reached Linda Watson's door and quietly put my ear to it after setting down my backpack. I heard a voice that wasn't hers. Company? No, it was just the TV, mixed with her occasional tapping footsteps behind the door. I actually kept my ear there for a really freaking long time because I wanted to make absolutely sure nobody was over. Probably 10 minutes of that, and a lot of reassuring myself convinced me. So if you haven't yet, it's gonna get pretty graphic from this point on, from what I recall. So if that is something that is unenjoyable to your ears, I would take this opportunity to exit. I quietly opened my backpack zipper and held the axe in my hands, my fiercely shaking hands. What the hell was this kind of reaction that my body was making? I told my body to shut up, that it's no big deal, but of course it wouldn't listen. It was actually bizarre how much my hands were shaking. It must be the adrenaline buildup. I rolled my eyes at myself and got my hand to rest on the doorknob. If it's locked, I'll knock. It'll be basically the same. I took a deep breath and forced my muscles into action. I swiftly turned the doorknob. Not locked. In one movement, I opened up the door and slipped inside. Linda Watson, just a few steps away into the kitchen. I see. She was in the middle of cooking. Of course. She immediately jumped and turned around, startled. I expected that. Quickly, I let go of the doorknob and adjusted the axe into both hands. In the following split second, I realized that she would probably start to make a lot of noise. Looking back, I'm an idiot for not considering that. Just as Linda's mouth opened to speak, maybe even started speaking, I forcefully swung my axe into the side of her head. But my axe was facing backwards. I hit her with the blunt end of the blade. I actually did this on purpose because in that split second I somehow decided it would be the way to keep her noise to a minimum. It actually worked. I barely felt any resistance in the swing as I collided with her head, knocking it clean aside. Linda's half-formed syllable came out as a kind of weird grunt. A noisy exhalation is probably the best I could describe it. That happened at the same time as her head smacked into the cabinet from the force. She fell backwards without any ability to keep her balance. I didn't hesitate at all to keep swinging at her while she was half lying down on the ground, this time my axe facing the right way. I didn't really know where to swing, so I just kind of started hacking at her collarbone area and chest. It didn't feel like the axe was going too deep, but there was a nice thunk sort of sound every time the axe embedded into her. I even felt the soft sinking sensation ripple into my hands, like the axe was a kind of physical extension of my touch. On a whim, I swung once at her throat, but most of the swing actually missed and I hit the floor by accident, causing a loud, dull thwack to resonate through the apartment. I didn't have time to think about it. I swung again with better aim and got a more centered hit, feeling the bone or cartilage or whatever was in there. So I must have split it open. Right after that, I decided to swing at her face, and I got this diagonal cut along her nose and mouth, which felt pretty good, so I did it once more. I finally stopped to survey the damage. Linda was bleeding ridiculously. The blood was kind of coming out in waves, in sync with her beating heart, probably. It was pooling all around her and riding along the cracks between the tiles. Her light blue shirt was all torn up and stained dark, kind of mixed with a fleshy mess around her chest. It was all just glistening red. Her face wasn't much better, covered in dripping red at this point, and her lip was kind of hanging off, revealing red, stained teeth in a really weird way, like a zombie or something. Linda wasn't dead, though. Her limbs were kind of weakly, aimlessly trying to move while she was stuck on her back. More than anything, she reminded me of a bug that you crush, but still pitifully moves its legs around before it dies completely. That's basically what she was doing, but I didn't know how long it would take for her to die or what kind of condition she was in. I ended up grabbing a big knife that was on the counter that she was using to cut up meat. Trying to step around the blood, I reached down and carved into the upper half of her neck, trying to sort of saw it from the left side to the right. It was a little awkward because the area was so soft and squished around the knife as I was cutting, but the sensation was completely different from the axe. It actually felt like I was cutting through a tough piece of raw meat, which I guess I technically was. Small side note, I feel bad for Vivian, who has now woken up and is making breakfast with this as the background.
That's something about cutting raw meat.
Yeah. We're having steak. Just let's go with that. The blood started pouring out, and I hope that I severed the most major arteries in there. It must have worked because after a moment, Linda's limb movements kind of just had the strength drained from them, soon resting still on the floor. I took a few seconds to catch my breath. No time to stick around to think about the experience. I shook the knife blade through a dirty pan and sink and clean off the blood, then threw the knife into my backpack. I did the same with the axe. I also took her laptop that was sitting on the counter, had some recipe open for veal and mushrooms. I didn't really take the laptop to use it since I have a perfectly good one myself that I got for college. I just wanted to look through it for fun. I finally went outside and closed the door behind me. Got some blood on my sweater and jeans, but funnily enough, I actually anticipated that, so I wore dark colors. Anyway, the drive back to my dorm was just a constant replaying of the experience in my head. I guess that's still kind of happening even now, actually, but it felt pretty nice. Linda Watson is dead. I kind of let the weight of that sink in. The sensation of having completely removed a human life from existence. It's crazy. I don't know how else to describe it. Anyway, I threw the axe and a knife into a dumpster on campus, which I think is picked up every Monday, so they'll be gone by then. My roommate goes home on the weekend, so I have the dorm to myself today. It gave me the chance to go through Winda's website history. I was right in thinking that's where her deepest secrets would be. There was actually a lot of dirty stuff, like the names of websites for porn videos and stories and things like that. Same with her searches. A lot of the websites were boring, like cooking websites and recipes, and game websites like Bejeweled and stuff. I eventually got to the 1 week ago section of her history, and it gave me a chill. There's a whole bunch of searches like methods of suicide, how to tie a noose, dangerous household chemicals, carbon monoxide poisoning, like a lot of them. She was probably ready to write a book on suicide after all the research she did. So I guess Linda was contemplating suicide. I wonder if it was influenced by her depression. The irony is actually striking. Maybe Linda was going to die anyway, or maybe she couldn't find the courage to do it. If that were the case, I almost literally gave her birthday present by killing her. That's actually really comical in a messed up way, and it leaves a weird taste in my mouth. The part that I don't get is that I didn't see any of those searches up until the 1 week ago section. Nothing more recent than that. I ended up throwing the laptop in the dumpster with the other stuff. It's been a few hours since then, so I've had some time to calmly think about everything. Like I said, it was pretty satisfying, and I'm glad I finally got around to it. I feel like I could finally cross it off my bucket list, or like I'm tying loose ends with myself. It's probably the first and last time I'll write the name Linda Watson. It's back to living a normal college life. Except I might do some people watching every now and then because it's definitely fun and interesting. But I'll always wonder how many people there are like me. I'm sure there has to be a lot because there's nothing strange about it to me, being curious about killing someone. Sadly, it's something that people can't exactly just talk about, so I guess I'll never know. I'm sure that anyone will lie about it even if you ask them, but you can't help but wonder if that person in the grocery store who stares at you as you pass by might be considering what it would be like to kill you. If I could, I would tell them all about it so they could decide for themselves. But who knows? Maybe I got lucky and that person is you. I actually really, really hope so. I like that one a lot. It's the particular voice for it, the very sociopathic way of treating certain things is just very effective. Also, hello Jupiter, welcome to the stream. I killed a girl and I liked it, pretty much. Oh, that was a strong one. Thank you, Raina, for that recommendation. That was a wonderful time. And by wonderful, I mean it was horrible. It was horrible and I enjoyed it. Thank you. I'm going to take a moment here to drink some more coffee. And next up, we have an oldie but a goodie. This one, this one was recommended by Flying Bananasaur. It's kind of like it. They described it as like the basic bitch of creepypasta, which okay, sure, it's kind of. Also, yeah, it's kind of the reason why you remembered. Yeah, definitely. It is kind of the basic bitch of creepypasta, but you know what? It's also a goodie. It's an oldie but a goodie. I think we're gonna have fun with this one because if you've never heard it, it's a classic for a reason. Inspired me to write my own creepypasta, and I don't know if I want. I know the next thing I'm working on. I mean, like, I love writing stuff that has like a very kind of horror undertone to it. Not a lot of the stuff I write nowadays is explicitly horror, but all of it has a very kind of uncomfortable undertone that definitely comes from a love for this kind of writing. They made a TV show out of this one in real. Oh my god. See, doing that just kind of takes the fun out of it, IMHO. But either way, let's read the creepypasta known as Candle Cove. You're going to recommend this one as well? Oh, I mean, everyone knows it. Everyone loves it. Candle Cove. Post from the Net Nostalgia Forum. Television. Local. Sky Shale 033. Subject. Candle Cove, local kids show. Does anyone remember this kids show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been like 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 72. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike Painter 65. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland. I was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove. Was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl. Sky Shell 033. Yes, okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, real low-budget stuff. His head was an old porcelain baby doll. Looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station this was. I don't think it was a WTSF, though. Jaren 2005. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Skyshale. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in 71, not 72. I was 12, and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove. It was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was calliope music constantly playing. Do I remember the girl's name? Janice or Jade or something? I think it was Janice. Sky Shell 033. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea and had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from wooden plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. Mike Painter 65. I remember now too. Winky face. Do you remember this part, Skyshell? You have to go inside. Skyshell 033. Ugh, Mike, I got a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed it. Ugh. It just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just like a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. Kevin Hart. I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when this show was on. Nightmare Fuel. Jaren 2005. That wasn't the villain, the puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was It was on top of the mustache. I used to think that meant he had only one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe that what they let us watch back then. Kevin Hart. Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of a kid show were we watching? Seriously, I could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings, just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape, and his glass eyes that were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Sky Shallow 33. Wasn't it Stop Back and Cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin? Mike Painter 65. Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close. His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl but the camera and said, "To grind your skin." Sky Shallow 33. Ugh. I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory, a bad dream where the opening jingle ended. The show faded in from black, and all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming. The puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically, and just all screaming. Screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times for that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. Kevin Hart. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode. Sky Shallow 33. No. That's not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place, crying and screaming for the whole show. Kevin Hart. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God, I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Jaren 2005. Oh, God, yeah. The little girl, Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the Skin Taker screaming through his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off its wire hinges. I turned it off, and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike Painter 65. I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kids' show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why. And she said, because I used to think that it was so strange that you said, "I'm going to go watch Candle Cove now, Mom." And then you would tune the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show. Love it. Hey, Will Barron, welcome to the stream. Indeed, today is the creepypasta reading hour. We're having a good time going through some classics and some new favorites, so I hope you all enjoy. We do seem to be going at a much brisker clip than I was anticipating. So, if we get towards the end and we haven't reached the 4-hour mark just yet, I might ask for a couple more of your favorites. So, never know. What a nice twist. Yeah. Because like up until the very last point of that one, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a spooky show, like really scary. And then the twist at the end is like, oh, okay. I love that. I love like the ending twist, but the thing I love about the ending twist is when it recontextualizes something that was already uncomfortable. Like, I don't like it when you have to wait till the very end to get any kind of incentive, like, for it to be creepy, because then it's like, whatever. Like, I like that it's already creepy, and then the twist comes and gives it a new layer. Like, that's how you do it. All right. Unless I'm wrong, I believe Alice sent this one over. This is your favorite creepypasta. Hey, I was right. Thank you, Alice. I read this one a couple times now, but I've come to love it. It's very strange. This is, I think, the first of the actual video game ones we'll be getting to today. Love a shared half-forgotten memory of childhood trauma. Yeah, it's really good. The best creepypastas have like the underpinning of like some kind of something real to them more than just... Anyway. Let's go through JVK1166Z.ESP. Some people might recall some momentary buzz caused a couple of years ago by a particularly odd Morrowind mod. The file name was JVK1166Z.ESP. It was never posted on any of the larger Elder Scrolls communities, usually just smaller boards and role-playing groups. I know in a few cases, rather than being posted, it was sent via PM or email to a chosen few. It was only up for a few days, to the best of my knowledge. It caused a buzz because it was a virus, or it seemed to be. If you tried to load the game with the mod active, it would hang at the initial load screen for a full hour and then crash to the desktop. If you let it get that far, your install of Morrowind, along with any save files you had, would become completely corrupted. Nobody could figure out what the mod was trying to do since it couldn't be opened in the construction set. Eventually, warnings were distributed not to use it if you found it, and things died down. About a year later, on a mod board I used to frequent, someone popped up with the mod again. He said he was PM'd by a lurker who deleted his account immediately after sending. He also said that the person advised him to try playing the mod through a DOS box. For some reason, this worked. Sort of. The game was a bit laggy, and you couldn't get into options, load game, the console, or really anything else, other than the game itself. The quick save and quick load hot buttons worked, but that was it. And the quick save seemed to be just part of the game file, so you couldn't get it at it anymore. Some speculated that the change game used an older graphics renderer, making DOSBox necessary, but it didn't look any different. This part I can speak about from personal experience. When you start a new game in JVK, as the board came to call it, once you left the starting bit in the census office and came to the game proper, the first thing you notice is that the prophecy has been severed. A box pops up. This is because every single NPC having to do with the main quest is dead, with the sole exception of Yagram Bagam, the last of the Dwemer. Their corpses never despawn, so you can go check on all of them. In effect, you begin in a world that is doomed to start with. The second thing you notice is that you're losing health. It's only a bit, but it keeps happening, a little bit at a time. The longer you stay in one place, the quicker it seems to occur. If you let this health loss kill you, you'll find the cause, a figure we came to call the Assassin, because he seems to wear a retextured version of the Dark Brotherhood armor from Tribunal, even though the expansions don't work in JVK. It's all black, completely untextured, like he's just a hole in space. The way he moves, he gave me quite a start. First time I saw him scuttling around my dead body. He crawls inhumanly on his hands and feet, his arms and legs splayed out like a spider. You'd usually only see him after death, crawling around and over your body just before the reload box popped up. Occasionally, you would catch a glimpse of him darting around a corner or crawling on a wall or ceiling. It made the game very difficult to play at night. Other than that, the only noticeable difference is that, at night, at random intervals, every NPC in the game will go outside for a few minutes. During this time, the only thing they will say when hailed is, "Watch the sky." Once they return to their normal behavior, they act like normal, though. After a while, a player on the board discovered a new NPC named Tyrus, a male dummer in the temple at Ghostgate. Two things are notable about this NPC. First is his robe, a unique article of clothing that was lovingly rendered with twinkling stars all across it, looking like a torn-off chunk of the night sky. The second is that all of his dialogue, in addition to showing up in the dialogue box, is voiced. Yeah, you can skip it if you wish, but it all sounds like it's in the default male dummer voice. Dunmer? Is that... Oh, that's Dunmer. I'm so sorry. Default male Dunmer voice. Some people said that they thought the voice was slightly different, but it's a very, very good imitation. This might be a bad time to admit I've never played Morrowind. I won't go into the details, but the questline he sends you on has to do with a dungeon referred to simply as the Citadel. Up until this point, the quests were all of a fairly generic, discover the secrets of the ancients bent. The entrance to this dungeon is on a small island to the west of Morrowind proper. I eventually discovered that if you used a scroll of Carrion Flight at the westernmost point on the main landmass and jumped directly west, you'd end up almost exactly at the island. Even though the dungeon is called the Citadel, it goes straight down. It dwarfs any other dungeon, both in size and difficulty. From a natural cave area, you'll proceed down into an ancestral tomb-looking area, then a Daedric ruin area, then a Dwemer ruin area. I made it down to the Dwemer ruins before I quit. The creatures here were strong enough that a level 20 character would have to take care, and since you can't use the console on JVK, level 20 took quite a while to get to. Since quick save and quick load were your only options, it's all too easy to get yourself into an impossible situation too. I did, and I just didn't have the energy to start over. Now, what I'm telling you is based on those few who went further reported. Past the Dwemer ruins, you find yourself in a level like the Dwemer ruins, but darker. Rather than the usual bronze, all the surfaces, including those of your creatures, are black. The sounds of machinery are loud here and grow louder still, randomly. There's also steam or fog everywhere, limiting your vision to about 10 in-game feet or so. If you can make it through all this, you'll reach a hall that those who found it called the portrait room. Like the fire and torches or other effects from early 3D games, this room has picture frames that always face directly at you, no matter how you look at them. The images in the frames were always randomly chosen images from your My Pictures folder. On the board, the ones who got there had some fun posting screenshots of the portrait room with various pictures in the frames, usually porn, of course. At the end of the hall was a locked door. After admitting defeat and returning to Tyrus, everyone just found him saying, "Watch the sky," in his gravelly voice. What's more, nobody else in the game would say anything. There was just a completely blank dialogue box with no options at all. They wouldn't even rattle off the usual canned audible greetings. The only exception was at night, whenever they'd go out for a few minutes. They'd still repeat it, "Watch the sky." At this point, one of the players, a friend of mine from the board, noticed, and the few others who got this far agreed, that the night sky was no longer the usual night sky of Tamriel. It had changed to a depiction of the real night sky, and it moved. From this point on, everything is based on what one person reported. Eventually, he got himself kicked from the board, but I kept in contact with him for as long as he responded. According to him, based on the constellations of the planets, the sky started around February 2005. If you died, loaded, or went back into the Citadel, it would start over. When the usual day sky graphics took over, the movement would be suspended until the stars appeared again. In the space of a single night, everything would move about 2 months' worth. Since the timescale of JVK was more or less that of a standard game, that meant that a bit less than an hour was equal to a 24-hour period. Excuse me. He became convinced that the door would open based on some kind of celestial event. Of course, waiting for that meant leaving the game running, and of course that meant the game couldn't be left unattended, thanks to our old friend the assassin. My friend decided he'd hang out for a whole day just to see if anything happened. That would be about a year's worth of movement. Here's the post he made at the end of his experiment. I loaded in Seydanine, where it all starts. It wasn't too bad, just had to check in now and then to move around and heal and make sure I wasn't dying, but check it out. 24 hours exactly in, and the assassin learned a new trick. He screams. I was reading, and all of a sudden this crazy loud shriek just about makes me crap myself. It's like something out of a horror movie. I look up, and there he is, just crouched down right in front of me. Of course, the second I moved my character, he ran off. When I went back down to the portrait room, the door was still locked. Damn it. A bit later, he came to the decision that he needed to wait 3 days. 3 years. The PM advising us to try DOSBox showed up in February of 2008 with it. Was his reasoning, anyway. After the first shriek, the assassin stops hitting you out of nowhere. Now he'll shriek. And if you don't move for a few seconds after that, he hits you. I think whoever made the mod was trying to help. At night, I've got my headphones on and I'm just kind of dozing off. When he wakes me up with a shriek, I jiggle the mouse and I'm good. That post was 2 days in from his laptop. Once it was over. Fuck! So fucking done. So I wait the 3 days, right? And right after the fucking assassin made me jiggle the mouse, he shrieks again. So I look and everyone in town is outside. They're all saying, "Watch the sky." I don't see anything though. But then the game starts getting dark, like really dark. I turn up the brightness all the way on my monitor and I can still barely see. I can see other people in the game, little figures running around in the distance, just running back and forth. If I try to get close, they run off. And now I was trying to sleep, so the lights are off, and this is kind of creepy. I don't want to get up to turn on my light because I don't want to miss anything, but nothing fucking happens. Eventually, I go back to the Citadel. It's still dark, and I gotta swim. The whole time I could see these guys swimming around me, just barely there. I make it to the Citadel, and it's normal light inside, and I get worried. Sure enough, the portrait door is still fucking closed. I go outside, and it's all starting over. So that's it. I'm fucking going to bed, and I'm fucking done. The end. After that, two things happen. First, another of the people who got to the portrait room claimed that the assassin was showing up in his regular Morrowind game. Quick explanation. If you reinstalled Morrowind to a different folder, you could have a normal Morrowind install along with JVK. He himself chalked it up to an overactive imagination at first, but he reported a couple of really big scares with the black figure crawling right at him, or seeing it waiting for him just around a corner before scuttling off. Another of those who reached the portrait room started a regular Morrowind game, but never saw him for sure. It was just a couple of maybes, late at night, and always at a distance. The second is that my friend started getting really abusive and short-tempered on the board, though we stopped talking about JVK entirely. It got so bad that he was soon kicked off. I didn't hear anything from him for a couple of weeks after that, so I sent him an email. This was part of his reply. I know I shouldn't, but with the classes I've got some time, so I started JVK up again. It's almost 2011, and I think I've got the sleep madness, but stuff is happening. It's still dark. Once it gets dark, it never gets any lighter. It stays like that. The people who moved a few months ago, everyone in St. Denis just went to that little bandit cave and moved in. They killed the bandits inside, now they're just standing around inside. They don't say anything anymore. They don't do anything when you click on them. I quick-saved and killed one, and he just stood there, and he died without fighting back. And it's like that everywhere. You have to walk, since the quick travel people are all in caves now too, but all the cities and towns are just deserted. All the people are in caves and tombs. Everyone in Vivek is down in the sewers. I'm going to Ghostgate next. I want to see if Tyrus is still there. I'll tell you what he says when I get there. I replied and said I wanted to see what he had said too, and waited a day. When I didn't get a reply, I mailed him again, and a couple hours later, he sent back. Sorry, I totally forgot. So, it's 2014 now. Since it's always night, the stars are always moving. The whole screen is dark, but you can still see the brightest stars moving around. Tyrus was gone. Everyone in Ghostgate was gone. I don't know where they went. They're not in any of the nearby caves, but there's new stuff. People still don't say anything, but their eyes are bleeding. It's so dark that even with a light spell, you have to get right up against them to see, but there they are. Little dark streaks coming down from their eyes. I think I gotta be getting close. I know this is stupid and there's no way this payoff is gonna be worth it, but I just want to be able to say I stuck it out. I got that one during the day. Later that night, I got a follow-up email. Some of the planets aren't moving right. It's pissing me off. If this keeps up, I won't be able to keep track anymore. It's almost 2015 now, I think, but fuck. You know, I just noticed that there aren't any monsters anymore either. I'm completely alone outside now. The main quest people's bodies are still lying around, though. I went to check on them. I don't need headphones anymore, so I just leave them off. When he shrieks, it's like he's screaming right into my ear. I think I even kind of anticipated. He's around a lot more, a lot closer. He's different from the other people who started showing up, remember? They keep running around just where I can barely see them. I have to admit, it's kind of creepy at night. Sometimes when I go to the bathroom or whatever, I swear I can see something out of the corner of my eye. I'm keeping all the lights on now. I sent him a letter, jokingly telling him to get some real sleep, and left it at that. 2 mornings later, I found this in my email. It was the last thing I got from him. After this, he stopped responding completely. I just got up from a fucked up dream. I think. The assassin shrieked at me, and when I opened my eyes, he was right there, crouching over me. His arms and legs were longer, more like a spider's. I tried to push him away, but when I touched him, my hands just went inside it. I couldn't get them loose again, like he was made of tar or something. And then I woke up. I thought he was gone, but when I looked at the monitor, I wasn't where I was. I was in the corpusarium with Yagram. For once, the light was okay, and I could see him all bloated on those mechanical spider legs. I sat down at the computer, and he started talking to me. Not in a box, but really talking to me, in Tyrus's voice. He knew things about me. He told me things that I never told anyone. Some things I totally forgot about. He told me that almost nobody had made it this far and that the door would open up soon. I just had to hang on a little while longer. He said I'd know when it was time. He said I might be the first one to see what was inside. And then I woke up for real, but I was at the computer. I still wasn't where I was. I'm swimming out to the Citadel Island, and I can hear this tapping. It's at my window over on the left, so I'm sending you this because I left my laptop on my bed to the right. It's just a little tap, 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 tap. like he's knocking his finger against the glass. I might still be dreaming now. So I guess that's the end of the story. I know there are a few other stories floating around about the mod, but this is the only one I know is true as far as it goes. I deleted my JVK copy of the game pretty much right after I gave up, but I'd like to get the mod again if anyone still has a copy of the file. I'd like to see some of this for myself. Good shit. Hey Moon Jockey, welcome to the stream. My stream is a good luck charm, currently 6-0 to 6. Hey, hell yeah. I like ones like this where, like, there's not like a moment of climax, or like there's still a climax, but there's not like one little pivotal moment. It just kind of like builds and builds and builds and makes you more and more uncomfortable, and then at the end you're just like, ah. It just kind of diffuses, and you have all this tension still, but no real place to put it. It's, I love it. Yeah, good shit. Spooky games being spooky. Slow burn creepypasta? Slow burn creepypasta fucking rules. Alright, we can thank Mosca for this next one. This is another oldie but a goodie. This one's the Russian sleep experiment. If I remember correctly, I think this one has a little bit of gore in it. So content warning for that. I think that's about it, though. I'm gonna drink coffee for just a moment here. Recommend the Twine game. My uncle who works at Nintendo. So we actually played the uncle who works at Nintendo on the channel at one point. I think it was part of our Patreon potpourri episode for October of 2020. If you go back, you can find Vivian and I playing that one. Not gonna lie, still don't understand creepypastas. It's just it's a little kind of it's weird to describe. It's a small genre of horror fiction that focuses a lot on modern like urban settings and like modern types of horror, I guess is the best way to put it. A lot of it has stuff to do with like and this is the part of it I really love. A lot of creepypasta stuff has to do with like since it's purporting to be some kind of truth, it's like reporting like what they found on a videotape, or recording letters that they found, or, you know, writing experiences in a game that they've played. It's all like documenting stuff that they've encountered and trying to make sense of it. And that has a real kind of appeal for me. I like that. Creepypasta is often the found footage films of written works. There you go. There you go. I think that's probably a good way to put it. It's... And they also generally have like a little Vonnegut-esque kind of twist at the end of them. You know, where you get to the end and they give you that little like last push and you're like, oh shit, dog. It's good shit. I like it. All right. We are going to now read The Russian Sleep Experiment. Again, content warning now for some amount of gore. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to keep sleep on, but no bedding, running water and a toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised, falsely, that they would be freed if they had submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones in one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think that they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior was how the other captives reacted to it. Or, rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart, smeared page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor, or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice response. "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened, and the soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state that any of them in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh exposed bone on their fingertips and indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the rib cage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count the ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured, and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of a morphine derivative, and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. when heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point that there was no more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word more over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility, the 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle not to be subdued. Most of them from the force his own muscles had extended on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when this anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctantly, they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically impossible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this might be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed at the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB instead, saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overturned. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment that it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious that at this point all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the same moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time, as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed the gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. "I won't be locked in there with these things. Not with you," he screamed at the man strapped to the table. "What are you?" he demanded. "I must know." The subject smiled. "Have you forgotten so easily?" the subject asked. "We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out. "So nearly free." The ending actually makes it less scary. A little bit, yeah. Like, Vivian was reading this one last night. Apparently she hadn't read it before. And apparently the ending actually made it creepier for her. But I do think the ending it kind of makes it a little bit... it puts too much of a bow on it, you know? Creepypasta really lacked elegance for some of the concepts. I think that's part of why I love creepypasta, is because oftentimes the content of the horror is often outmatched by people who are writing stuff like this for probably like the first time, and you can see some of that in how they write, and but it doesn't distract away from like the gut feelings of ugh. I like it. Still love the monsters in the back of all our heads stories. Yeah, me too. Alright, what's next on the list? This one I have never seen before. This is another one from Mosca. I literally know nothing about this. Mosca, are there any content warnings I should I should share with the audience? After staying awake for long periods of time and it's not like that, I know that feeling. Like having pulled like a couple of like 2-day long stretches of being awake, it's just miserable. I think that's part of why they had it shift after like 5 days, because like some people have stayed awake for like 2-3 days, and that's just a thing that happens. But people don't stay awake for like 5. Holy shit! Are creepypasta outsider art? That's actually a really good question. I think a lot of it, yeah, because a lot of the people that start with stuff like this aren't like established writers or anything. At least as far as I know. I've never heard of anyone who got their start writing creepypasta and went on to have an illustrious career as an author. Actually, I can think of one. David Wong wrote John Dies at the End. It was originally an internet novel, and he still writes pretty good horror to this day. Threshold where you start seeing stuff, but it's pretty boring. Well, that's a threshold I have yet to cross. I've eclipsed 2 days before. I'm not proud of it. It was so the reason I wound up being awake for periods of time like that was because of, say it with me now, my job. They would schedule us with really terrible shifts where you wouldn't have enough time to sleep afterwards. So rather than that, I'd just go home and have to stay awake. And those weren't the worst ones, but like those definitely caused me to pull some like 36-hour days where I'm like I just miserable at the end of it. I think the longest I had in any of those stretches was a little over 48, but I hate it. I don't know if he wrote creepypastas per se, but he got his start writing an internet novel, a horror-based internet novel, which definitely was part of that same subculture. So, I don't know. I like John Dies at the End. It's very good. Done 2 days and already having a horrible freak out and seemed almost plausible at the time. I believe it. Capitalism is the real Russian sleep experiment. I think we got the next two are the last two ones that were recommended. If you have ones you want me to read after that, I've got two that I picked out that I want to read through, and then I've got two that we're going to save for the very end. So when we get to the two that I want to do, I'll accept some suggestions for further ones at that point if anyone wants some more. Anyway, I've never read this one, don't know what it's about. Apparently there are no super important content warnings other than, like it's horror, but you knew that if you're here. So let's read Train by Descending Darkness. There exists a curious legend among the people of South Africa. Although somewhat obscure now, it was prevalent during the late 19th century colonization of Africa, which saw the construction of railways across the countryside for the transport of workers. This is the legend of the witch trains, ordinary-looking trains, but staffed by the debased servants of a powerful being, generally thought to be a witch, or sometimes even thought to be multiple witches. These trains would appear to people traveling alone at night in the countryside and take them abroad, never to be seen again. This was far from the full extent of the machinations of the being that controlled the trains, who henceforth will be referred to as the witch, but more on that later. Although the activity of the witch and her trains has subsided as of late, there is still one witch train still roaming, still waiting to return to the witch's house. Seeking out this train is difficult and will take some time. The rails themselves are not mapped, so prepare a rucksack for a long day's journey and to carry what you will be bringing back. On the first or last day of any month, this is most conducive to the likelihood of the rails appearing, travel by any means to the town of Karasburg in South Africa. When the sun has gone down, begin walking in any direction between north and northeast of the town. It may be advisable to prepare some sort of self-protective gear for traveling to the South African countryside at night, but be warned that once you reach your destination, whatever protective items or weapons you may bring will not be of any use against what you will encounter there. Keep walking until you find a railroad track. Inspect it carefully to ensure that it's not merely an ordinary track. The track you are looking for will be in excellent condition, and if you look closely, the ground beneath the track will be completely undisturbed. There should be no difference between ground beneath the track and nearby uncovered ground. Walk in either direction along the track. It should take no longer than an hour for you to reach the station. In stark contrast to the track, the station is a hovel. You will find the few small buildings completely deserted, and all but one have been burnt to the ground. The one that remains standing is blackened, rickety, wooden shack. Through the single front door appears brand new. A sign nailed to it reads, "Staff only." In older days, the station would actually have had staff. The station hadn't burned either. The witch trains didn't just stop abducting people of their own volition. The train you are looking for will stop here for you soon, but to make proper use of it, you need something from the staff room. No matter what you try, the door will not open for you, but fortunately, the witch gave no special treatment to the walls, trusting them by themselves, along with her staff, to keep intruders out. They are badly burned and worn. A good kicking at any wall should provide an entrance. The staff room is completely bare, save for a few equipment closets along the walls. Search them thoroughly. Most will contain generic 19th century mechanical equipment not worth taking, but one will contain a silver control rod for a gearbox. This control rod will be easy to find. It glows, yet curiously provides no illumination for anything at all save for itself, no matter how dark the environment is. This is what you need. Take it and wait outside. Now, wait, however long it takes. Eventually, you will see the decrepit old passenger train come trundling to a stop in front of you. A train attendant will open the door for you. This train, unusually, employs both white and black workers, but regardless of skin color, he will wear an extremely worn and filthy train staff uniform. He will stare at you with decidedly vacant eyes for a moment, and you will very likely feel a sudden, acute sense of discomfort. You would be right to feel this way. The stare is intense, yet there is no one behind those dull eyes. The man will then say one word: return. The tone will sound odd as a statement, yet there will be the faintest hint of a query in the sound of it. This is because the man's speech is meant to be a query. In the past, this man and his fellow staff would, upon stopping and opening the doors for them, ask unfortunate travelers of the South African countryside, single or return? If you were to answer the attendant with return, you would be taken on the train and ferried a fair distance along the countryside before being brutally beaten by the train staff and thrown off. This is the same for any others who would have been encountered by this train. Any other answer will simply result in him repeating this question until you give one of the expected answers. The other expected answer you can give is, of course, single. However, fortunately for you, the train and its staff no longer have the means to carry out their programmed response to this answer. This is why that part of their dialogue has been removed from the usual protocol. If you answer with this, the attendant will simply stare at you and do nothing until you give another response. This is where the control rod you have comes in. Without saying a word, produce it and hand it to the attendant. His face will not have any reaction to this, but I can assure you that if he had even the remotest capacity for emotion, he would be profoundly relieved to see it. He will silently take the rod and then step off the train to walk briskly over to the conductor's car. When he does this, simply climb aboard the train and close the door. Nobody will hinder you now, and the attendant will not return to this car. It is a standard passenger car, with rows of wooden seats along the walls, everything thickly coated in dust and worn by centuries of age and neglect. The doors to the other cars, as well as the windows, are boarded up. You must spend the whole journey here, but worry not, it is a short trip, and there is nothing you will need to see outside the windows anyway. Sit and wait. You will soon feel the train start to move. The journey will be short, however. It is unlike any you have ever taken. The train crosses more than just land. Indeed, it crosses more than space, but let's not dwell on that for now. You will not feel anything during the transition, nor will you feel anything when the train arrives at the destination. However, it is extremely important that you do not open the door until you are absolutely certain that the train has arrived. The transition is lethal to unprotected human life. To tell if the train has arrived, first wait 10 minutes. This is the longest it will take to enter the transition. Then periodically tap the boarded-up window with your finger. A hollow knocking sound will indicate that you have arrived, whereas if your finger produces a dull thud, as if you are tapping against a completely solid object, you have not arrived yet. Disembark as soon as you are sure that the train has reached its destination. As you step off the train, you will find yourself on a barren, rocky plain surrounded by a thick mist. Probably the first thing you'll notice is the large number of rotting human bones scattered across the area. The witch, and in its activities on Earth, made a large number of servants, and also made a large number of enemies. The bones that profaned the grounds here belonged to both camps. The battle that made such a necropolis of this place is also the reason for the abrupt disappearance of the witch trains, and the new reports of them. A short distance away, not obscured by the mist, you will see a dilapidated church of white stone. Staying close to the edge of the fog, but being very careful not to lose sight of the church, make your way there. This part is important. You must keep a close eye on the church, for you will soon see a small crowd emerge from it and start approaching the train. These are more of her servants. As soon as you see them, immediately run into the fog as far as you dare, but do not lose sight of the church. This place is not a natural part of our world, and consequently, the geometry of the land is abnormal. If you proceed in what may seem like a straight line too far into the fog, reversing your direction will not bring you back, and in this way it is far too easy to become hopelessly lost there, so do not lose sight of the church. Wait in the fog as the servants go past. They all wear the same worn-out train staff uniforms, and they all wear the same utterly vacant expressions on their faces. Don't let this fool you, though. If they catch you trespassing on her land, they'll tear you apart with fanaticism and strength no human could match. Once they reach the train, they will stay there. This is the first time it has been here in over a century. Proceed to the church at this point, but stay close to the fog, just in case. Approach the white church and take note of the damage. The walls are adorned in scorch marks and bullet holes. More of the skeletons of the witch's servants and enemies surround the church and are scattered amongst the floors and aisles of the nave inside, as you will see through the blasted front doors. You won't end up like these skeletons at this point. All of the witch's servants in this place have gone to the train and will stay there. The people who attacked this place made sure to destroy the witch's means of re-entering our world, such as the train and the control rod for activating the transition. So her servants will be hard at work investigating the train you have brought here. But do not worry. If you do this correctly, you should be able to return back with the train and control rod before the witch can make use of them once more. Enter the church and proceed through the nave to the doors behind the altar. Muster up your courage and determination here, and perhaps prepare something like a rag to cover your face with. The reports I have on this church do not indicate a good ventilation of the next hallway. When you are ready, enter. The dim light of the hallway will illuminate the carpet of half-decayed corpses across the floor. On the walls, you will see the sources of these dim lights, small globes wired into the distended mouths of rows of mutilated heads, attached to bizarre machinery set into the walls. Unlike the previous areas, most of these bodies belong to her enemies, not servants, ambushed and slaughtered here when they were tried to make their way to confront the witch herself. Walk as quickly as you can through this hall, while being careful not to trip. There is certainly no need to take your time here. You may notice that a few of the light globes are dark. Consider the bearers of those lights extremely lucky, for the truth is that these light globes are powered by the electrical signals in the brains of these heads, kept alive by the arcane machinery that supports them. Try not to dwell too much on their fates. You should save your mental fortitude for the trials ahead, and don't attempt to turn any more of these lights off. The witch is coming very soon, and if you do not escape, many more people in our world, including you, will end up like this. My information on this place is based on the accounts of the few who have attacked it over a century ago and managed to escape. Thus, I cannot give you details on what you will find beyond this forsaken hallway. But I know that among the things you find here should be a library. A door of the same luminous silver as the train's control rod, with a crucifix set into it, and a pool of blood. Avoid the door for now, and the pool of blood at all costs. Instead, enter the library. Most of the books here are worthless, except for one set, which should be the centerpiece of the library. Though these ancient books are penned in Hebrew, their place is marked by a sign in English, reading, "The Annals of the Connection of the Thrones of God," or simply, "The Annals of the Connection." In layman's terms, this odd phrase refers essentially to telepathy. These are what you are looking for. Before the end of your journey, you, one way or another, will be able to read Hebrew and many other languages. However, it is advisable that you use your discretion in reading these books, should you ever so choose. Aside from instruction on the creation and control of the servants that the witch uses, these books talk about the precise nature and origins of the connection of the thrones of God, the universe, of God, and of the other deities of the universe. It also details the origin of our species and what we are to these beings. These things are explained in as much detail as the human mind, or mind of any other being of this dimension, is capable of conceiving. And it is reported that an alarming majority of those who have read these texts were unable to reconcile themselves with the bleak truth of our existence, and would suffer instantly or depression, at the least, often committing suicide. Carefully consider your life and outlook before you seek the knowledge in these texts. The other copies of these books were destroyed a long time ago by the witch, as well as others like her, along with most of the people in the world who naturally had the telepathic connection. These people made up a large part of the witch's enemies who attacked her here. Take these books and leave now. It will not be long before the witch emerges from her slumber. Yet, there is one more sacrifice you must make to facilitate your escape. Find the room with the silver, crucifix-set door, and steel yourself, for this will not be pleasant. Open the door. The room is pitch black, but you can clearly see the machinery surrounding the chained, furiously screaming man inside. All of it in the same silver of the non-illuminating glow. Try to find something to hold on to as this man, cut off for so long, forces his mind upon you. Your head will feel as if it is being squashed like a balloon to the bursting point as the last man with the connection transfers it to you. It will feel like years, but it will only take seconds before it's done. The man will thankfully die from the strain, making him one less person left behind on your conscience. You will want to take time to process all this, as the knowledge and outright changes to your brain will be unimaginable, but you don't have a moment. You must run now. If you pass the pool of blood on your way out, you'll notice that it is bubbling. The witch is emerging. Run to the hallway and prepare yourself for the hardest part. This hallway was created for the connected when they attacked this place. All the people now set into the walls have been subjected to unthinkable horrors before being forced inside their minds by destruction of all 5 of their senses. But with the connection, you will, upon entering the hallway, feel all of their ghastly thoughts inside your mind. This is why the witch did this, to weaken the connected at this hallway with the tormented thoughts of these people, so as to defeat them more easily. As hard as it will be, you must focus yourself on running through this hallway. Once you are out, you will be fine, but you must get out quickly. Get to the train where her servants will be. As long as she is not nearby, you can now use the connection to force your will upon them, preventing them from attacking you, but not for long. Quickly enter the conductor's car on the train, and use your will on the control rod in the same way to make your escape from this place. If you successfully escape, what you do with your newfound talents and books is entirely up to you. As mentioned before, you now have the capability to read the Hebrew language of the Annals and other languages. There are many people who will offer incredible sums of money for the Annals of the Connection, as well as unthinkable gifts, many of which will sicken you with their degradations. Many more people will hunt you for the Annals, as well as simply what you now are. Most likely you are not able to predict what you will do, as you will surely be a completely different person at the end of this journey. So, at the very least, you should hope that you can adapt to your new life quickly enough before it can overwhelm you. Assuming this train... Yeah, that's definitely the implication there. Continue to next... Is there more to this? That felt like a good stopping point. Is there more? Oh, no, this is different. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't know how I feel about that one. I like it. I liked it, but like it felt strange to me. Something about it didn't sit quite right. I liked it though. That gets a solid little golf clap from the eskay. Had a very weird voice because it was written like it was instructing someone on what they would see, which is a very strange voice to write in, but I like it. And yeah, also more second person stuff. Second person rocks. Weirdest WikiHow entry I've ever seen. Damn right. Okay. This one is a little bit longer. I read through. It's not too long. I did read through it all last night beforehand. And this is the one that Jupiter recommended that we read today. It's not overtly horrific, right? It's more unsettling. It's a very similar feel to a Holder story, but it feels way bigger. And implies the existence of so much. Yeah, like, the real horrors of that are in the implications, and the stuff that it only kind of, like, brushes by very quickly, which is pretty good. I like that. I didn't mean to imply I was hating on it. I'm not hating on it here. All right. This one is from this one's the one Jupiter recommended. It is put in 7 parts, but it's honestly not that long. Because I did read through it all just to make sure it wasn't going to be super, super long, but yeah, it's good. This one appears to be part of a larger series. There's implied gore, not too explicit. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's a content warning for like gore in this one. It's more implied and less direct. There's like 1 or 2 very direct references to it, but mostly it's implied. And I do believe this is part of a larger series, but I don't know anything about what goes on with that, so we're just going to treat it in a vacuum. This one is called, At the End of Every Show, They Set a Ballerina on Fire. The tickets came in an envelope. On the outside, in handwriting I didn't recognize, was the name of Samuel Singer, my name. There was no return address. They arrived at the office, and someone had put the envelope on my desk. There were 2 slips of paper, maroon and gold foil. The logo was a smiling young woman with dark hair, pale skin, and 2 different colored eyes. One blue, one green. Behind her, red and orange flames. They read, "Come see what's hot at Madame Taglioni's Ballet, celebrating 50 years of Les Papillons. Let me get this right. Masaniello Hall. Masaniello Hall. There we go. Admit 1. I turned each of them over. One had night 1 and the other night 2. To be honest, at first I thought it was some sort of weird prank. Somebody at work, Heather probably, giving me a ticket to some sort of fake burlesque show. But after some research, I'm surprised to say it seems to be legit. Madame Taglioni's ballet is one of the most exclusive dance experiences in the world. It's impossible to get a ticket unless you know someone, and I didn't think I did. But apparently, someone knows me. They're doing Les Papillons. From what I've heard, they always do Les Papillons. Ever since Madame Taglioni played Farfalla back in the day. Farfalla is the coveted role, the one that all the dancers fight for. A girl turned into a butterfly by the story's villain. On their website, they have an entire page devoted to all of the past year's Farfallas. Headshots of young women all the way back 50 years to Madame Taglioni herself. Dark hair, one blue eye, one green. It's obvious she's the inspiration for the ticket. This year's Farfalla is someone named Emma Livery. I've never heard of her, but what do I know about ballet? Another strange thing. All of the headshots had brackets of years under them, like gravestones. I had a hard time pinning down what exactly they were. A large portion of them, especially towards the beginning, were sort of short, 20 years or so. At first I thought it might be how long each woman worked with Taglioni's ballet, until some of them were 50, 60, 70-year expanses. Madame Taglioni's had a first year, but space for the second was left blank. There was only a few others like that. It gave me brief pause, but I didn't spend too much time on it. Looking back now, I should have known. It's not my usual type of story that I cover, but I'll take what I can get. Things have been quiet since the McAfee house. Not that I minded a little bit of quiet after that ordeal. And judging by the event's internet fame, an inside scoop at Madame Taglioni's ballet might be just what bad habit needs. That's what I thought anyway. And, as usual, I was terribly, horribly, irredeemably wrong. The theater itself was odd, if you could call it a theater. Masaniello Hall was, strangely enough, only about an hour away from Habitsville, and an hour and a half if you drive around Rhodes Creek, which I did. The ballet travels across the entire world, but oddly, they always do La Papillon in Masaniello Hall. Masaniello Hall. I will get that right, I promise you. The outside was plain, and at first I had been sure I was in the wrong place. It was on a dusty street in downtown Augustus. Though I'd been to the city before, this street was one I was completely unfamiliar with. The outside of the building that matched the address I'd found was devoid of any signs or decoration, and it was obviously not large enough to hold an audience for what I anticipated to be a very large performance. Plus, there didn't seem to be anyone else here. It was dark, and the street lamps were muted, dull yellow in the damp fog that had begun to settle. The pavement was dusty, the cobblestones cracked. Dark storefronts and boarded-up windows haunted the streets. I had taken a taxi and was regretting it, staying alone in the half-darkness. I had just raised my phone to my ear to call another car back when a voice stopped me. "Are you here for the show?" I jumped, then squinted through the fog. I took a few steps forwards, towards the building at the end of the street, the one that was supposed to be the theater. There, speaking through small holes in the glass pane in front of him, but a young man. He was standing at a desk behind the glass, and he wore a maroon satin vest. He was smiling at me, but it wasn't a creepy smile, just a polite customer service smile. I walked over. "I think so, the ballet?" He nodded, and I instantly felt relieved. I was starting to think it really was a prank, or that I had a few screws loose. He motioned to a small opening at the bottom of the glass. "Ticket, please." I got out the ticket that read Night 1. He looked it over, then pointed to his right. "Just through the door, sir." It was an old wooden door that did not look like it led to a high-class ballet performance. I hesitated. This didn't seem safe nor smart. But I am a reporter. If I want interesting stories, I have to do interesting things, even if it gets me into trouble. And wow, was I about to get into some serious trouble. I opened the door and was instantly confused. Instead of a hallway or a room like a normal building, there was just a staircase going down. I peeked my head back over to the young man who was still watching me. "Just down the stairs?" I asked. He nodded patiently. enjoy the show. So I went down. It was beautiful. The theater was all white and marble, light, airy, French. They have dainty pastries on a long table in the back and a bartender serving cocktails. The theater was modest size, usually to keep the show exclusive, but there was quite a bit of people here. I quickly sat down in a seat near the back so as not to draw attention to myself, and so I could watch the happenings in the theater without being noticed. Due to the secrecy surrounding the event and the suspicious way that I procured my ticket, I figured it might be best to keep it quiet that a member of the press was there, but the more I looked, the more I could sense it. There was something strange about this place. For one, everyone there was obviously rich. I was severely underdressed, but that wasn't unusual. These people weren't just rich, they were eccentric rich. Monocles and jeweled canes, faces painted stark white. One woman had her hair twisted up into an elaborate cage in which sat a large, blue, and very much alive parakeet. There was a man with his teeth and long nails filed down into points. An old woman wore a shining necklace of what looked like polished human teeth strung up like pearls. As you might have guessed, I was out of place. Everyone there was obviously loudly wealthy. They were no doubt entitled to whatever they wanted and were accustomed to getting the best of the best. So why did no one sit in the front 3 rows? There isn't assigned seating, it's first come, first serve, yet as more people took their seats, they all silently avoided the first 3 rows. The kid who had taken my ticket outside hadn't given any special instruction, not to me at least. The lights flashed. A young woman sat next to me looking fairly normal, save for the large glass ring she wore, and a tiny goldfish swimming within it. "I can't believe we're here, right?" she half-whispered to me, her eyes wide with the thrill of being in the show's audience. Yeah, I said unconvincingly. "Especially with Emerald livery as Farfalla," she added excitedly. "She's so talented." Uh-huh, I agreed. The chatter was dying down now, and the lights sank to a low dim. The girl next to me sighed. "I just hope she makes it." Yeah, I started to absent-mindedly agree. Then I blinked. What? She turned to look at me. "Act 2. I hope she makes it, that she isn't hurt too badly." "Hurt from what?" I started, but before I could, the crowd burst into deafening applause. Madame Taglioni, with stark white hair, the same bright blue and green eyes I could see twinkling in the spotlight, and a bit of a limp, had taken the stage. This is just that one casino in Fallout New Vegas. I feel like a fake Tran because I've never played Fallout and I don't really have a desire to. Oh, it's going to open up a new one every time, isn't it? Alright, that's fine. I was trying to parse out what the girl in the seat next to me had meant, but I was interrupted. Madame Taglioni took the stage. Her draping emerald gown swept across the floor, and even with her limp, she had the unmistakable movement of someone who had studied dance. Although the headshot I had seen of her had to have been from 50 years ago, the woman now standing so comfortably in the spotlight looked remarkably young. Her hair was a bright white, pulled back into a tight dancer's bun, but her face was unweathered by age. She looked to be in her 40s, tops. "Thank you all for coming," she spoke into the microphone. "Once again, my dancers and I are so honored to be able to share this with you." Her voice was deep and... Oh, I gave her the wrong voice. Okay, hold on. Her voice was deep and rich, and she spoke slowly, not in the rushed way that some people do when they're on stage and nervous. She smiled. "We've got quite a show for you tonight." Something like that? Yeah, okay, I can do that. As she spoke, shapes moved from the wings of the stage. Nearly 30 dancers quickly and gracefully lined up behind their leader. Young men and women, ages looking to be from 17 to 21. Quite a few were dressed in plain tulle tutus or pants, and as brisk a white as Taglioni's hair. A few were in more complex outfits. A handsome man, and all in lilac, wearing a crown that sparkled so brightly in the lights that I thought it must be made with real jewels and gold. A young woman dressed in all black, a large white ruffle around her neck, her face painted pale but her eyes smudged with charcoal. But my eyes were only focused on them for a moment, before being drawn to the last figure to join the stage. She walked lightly up beside Madame Taglioni, as the latter smiled at her proudly before speaking into the microphone. "May I present to you, in this year's 50th anniversary production of Les Papillons, from Madame Taglioni's ballet, Your Farfalla, Emma Livery. The girl sitting next to me let out an excited little gasp as Emma Livery stopped, turned, and curtsied at the audience. Her costume was beautiful, creme tulle and muslin, interrupted by patterned blue silk that ran up onto her silver-lined corset, continuing to the large, elaborate butterfly wings that sprung from the fabric over her shoulder blades. She smiled as the audience cheered, but I didn't trust it. I realized that ballet is incredibly difficult. It's more of a physical feat than the majority of sports, and therefore I knew that there must be a great deal of stress that dancers go to prepare for performances like this, especially with the scale and fame of this particular performance. But her face looked pained. She held her curtsy completely still, and she kept her smile wide and gleaming, but even from my seat I could tell that it didn't meet her eyes. As the cheering died down, the girl with the goldfish ring leaned closer to me, and I bent to meet her. "They're beautiful, aren't they? The wings." I nodded impatiently. If this girl was going to talk, I wanted to hear more about what she had said earlier, about hoping that Emma made it, whatever that means. Before I could ask, the girl continued. "I hear they only get sewn in 3 weeks before the performance." I frowned. "What?" "I know. They only give her 3 weeks to figure out how to dance with the weight of the wings. It must throw off everything, her spins, her jumps." The girl tacked on a few more things to this list, but I had momentarily stopped listening. Instead, I turned back to Emma. What I thought had been fabric on her shoulder blades was something much worse. The actual fabric of her dress scooped down in the back, perfectly displaying the beautiful blue wings that had been visibly sewn into the flesh of the girl's back. Pink scar tissue intermittent with blue thread shone shiny in the stage lights, and I felt my stomach turn. I glanced around at the faces in the audience to catch any glimpse of horror or disgust to match what I was feeling inside, but I saw nothing but awe-stricken delight. "You know, in the 32nd year, they only made it part of the way through Act 1 because Prince Jalma's crown got caught on Farfalla's wing and ripped the whole thing off." Sickeningly, she giggled. "They had to give everyone refunds, but they haven't had any trouble since. My favorite character is, probably—" The girl's prattling was cut off as Madame Taglioni began to speak again. "It has been my pleasure to watch Emma grow into this role. Although it was tough competition this year, there can be only one Farfalla." The woman smiled fondly at the girl, like a cat leering over a mouse it had caught. "And Emma has certainly earned her wings." At this, the crowd broke out into uproarious laughter. I only felt more nauseous. Fucking mouse, work with me here. "This year, we are thrilled to have a very special guest." There were whispers amongst the audience as Madame Taglioni motioned to the right of the stage. "Here to pass the torch," another smattering of laughter that I didn't quite understand, "is last year's Farfalla, Francisca Wilde." There was a creak of metal that reverberated throughout the theater. As the crowd began to applaud and cheer, a tall man dressed in all black began to push a wheelchair onto the stage. In it was a severely disfigured young woman. She wore a light pink dress that covered much of her body and a scarf around her head, but it couldn't hide the extensive damage that had been done to virtually every inch of skin that remained visible. Her face had seen the same sheen to it that the scar tissue on Emma's back had. The light pink of poorly healed skin blended in with the blush of the dress. Wispy strands of brittle hair came down to her shoulders, one of which ended in a knotted stump where the arm had been removed. Still, she smiled at the crowd, her face creasing like a balled-up paper, and, disturbingly enough, when she leaned forward slightly, I could see them. Small, blue, tattered shapes protruded from her back, and I recognized what they were. Farfalla's blue butterfly wings cut down to the root. The man left Francisca next to Madame Taglioni and Emma and stepped forward to lower the microphone to her height. As she spoke, her voice sent a shiver down my spine. "Hello," she started with all the tone and texture of a metal fork against ceramic. "I'm so happy to be here." She carefully turned her head to look at Emma. "There is no greater joy than to perform on this stage as Farfalla. I wish you luck." A resurgence of clapping at this, and as Madame Taglioni kept her serene smile, I could see Emma's father. She was looking at Francisca, frail and broken in the bright lights of the stage. Her hand unconsciously moved towards the impressive wings on her back, as her eyes traced the ruined remains of the one on Francisca's. There was something in her eyes, like she was witnessing something that brought her pain and understanding all at once. Unfortunately, I'd pieced together what it was. She was looking at her future. It's not exactly a subtle one, is it? But I kind of like it. It's got a very different vibe to it. Act 1 of Le Papillon was beautiful and terrible. I could see why those dancers are considered some of the best in the world. The way they moved, both in perfect synchronicity as individuals themselves, was incredible, like separate valves being kept to beat in a single heart. And yet, on my way out of the theater, I tossed my ticket for Act 2 into a nearby garbage can. The experience had been breathtaking, but in more ways than one. I haven't seen Le Papillon done by another ballet company, but I'm sure it's supposed to be performed as violently as it was done by Madame Taglioni's dancers. It was going okay until the fairies teased Hamza. The antagonist, the fairy Hamza, the young woman in all black, has a scene at the ballet's start in which she is teased for her lack of beauty by the other fairies. Understandably, that makes Hamza angry. Really angry. As the fairies spin and dance around her, twirling and leaping with grace, she claws at them. Rooted in the center of the circle as they tease her, she pulled at their skin until bits of it came away. Long scratches formed on the fairies' exposed arms and legs, yet none of them so much as winced. She got a hold of some of them by the hair. The momentum of their continued dance tore chunks of hair and scalp out, which Hamza spitefully hurled out of the center circle and into the crowd. Guess that's why no one sat in the front 3 rows. Again, I looked for any sign of protest from the audience members around me, but found none. Instead, their eyes shone in the darkened theater with sheer delight. Act 1 continued like this. If there was a fight scene, it was real. If there was an injury, it was real. And yet the dancers kept going. Not just kept going, but didn't let on that they were feeling any pain at all. And then there was Emma. She had worn a small cape at the start, until Farfalla's transformation into a butterfly allowed her to reveal her wings. When she did, the audience oohed and awed, and she beamed back at them. The hesitance I had seen, or at least that I thought I had seen, had disappeared in the glow of the limelight. Her creme ballet slippers turned red as she spun on the blood and gore that had collected on the stage's wooden floor, and when she leapt, small sprays of it were kicked up into her dress. The faint smell of sweat and iron drifted into my nostrils. Act 1 ended with a sequence of atrocities that made my hands start to sweat, and made the girl sitting next to me squeal with delight. The young man in the impressive golden crown, Prince Jalma, quite literally pinned a dancer playing the role of one of the butterflies to a prop tree. I was thankful to see that this girl's wings, dull and plain as they were in comparison to Emma's, were at least fake, kept on by harness. I didn't have to wince when he drove a stake through one and into the surface behind it, trapping her. I did wince, however, when he did the same to each of her hands. Though pursued by villains throughout Act 1, Farfalla is finally rescued when Hamza is captured by the very fairies she had abused at the start. Bruised and bloodied, the fairies forced Hamza into a too small net, her skin poking through the mesh, her face disfigured. Once inside, they tore her apart. They were still clawing and kicking when the music faded. There were a few moments before the curtain dropped when you could hear it, the dull thump of hands beating flesh. Then, thankfully, the curtain dropped. The crowd went wild, whistling and clapping harder than ever. When it rose again, the dancers were there, standing in a line, all smiles. I only knew most of them were wearing white because I had seen them before the show began. Blood still dripped down the foreheads of those missing hair, and I could see tears shining on the cheeks of the girl who now had large, gaping red holes in each of her hands. Even Hamza stood, the print of the net on her skin, along with bruises and knots that had already begun to bloom purple. And yet they all looked extremely pleased. Except for Emma. I thought I might be projecting, my own horror interfering with my ability to interpret her facial expression, but that right then, her face amongst the others, so clearly under duress in comparison to their displays of masochistic glee. Her mouth formed an unconvincing grin, and her eyebrows constricted at the top, as though she were resting the urge to cry out. Not that we could hear her if she did. The crowd went on, and it wasn't long before they were all standing. I stayed in my seat for a moment, but got up after the girl next to me gave me a reproachful look. The sound escalated as Madame Taglioni limped back onto the stage, back to the microphone that had been replaced in the center. "Thank you," she said above the noise, then motioned for the crowd to take their seats. After they had obliged, she continued, "There is so much beauty and joy in this performance. Even after 50 years, it takes my breath away." There were a few scattered claps and whistles. "As always, Act 2 will take place tomorrow night, here at the Masaniello Theater, at the same time." Then she turned slightly and gazed at Emma. Her smile widened, and Emma tried to match it, though it looked more worried than joyful. "Come to see Farfalla's flight," she said. Then she turned back to the audience. "But for now, have a good night." Then the lights came up. The girl next to me let out a long sigh of satisfaction. "Wow, that was incredible, right? I knew it would be, but this was just so..." I got up before she could finish. I didn't want to hear any more. I felt sick. I pushed past the strange rich patrons of the show, nearly tripping on more than one long gown, and had a pet iguana on her leash. While the rest of the audience members lingered in the theater and partook in refreshments, I made the long climb back up the staircase. It was jarring to go from that much excess and richness to suddenly be back in the abandoned shack in that mystery corner of Augustus. I walked back out the doorway and onto the street outside. I started walking straight ahead, determined to get back to something I recognized where I could call a cab without the phantom smell of blood still haunting my nostrils. "We'll see you tomorrow night, sir." I looked back. The kid, the one who had first taken my ticket, still stood behind his glass outside. He smiled placidly at me, and I felt a sudden surge of anger towards him, for being a part of whatever happened downstairs, for not warning me before I took part. I didn't answer him. I just kept walking. Eventually, I made it back to one of the busier streets where people were still out and about, even at this hour of night. I wondered if any of them knew the kind of sick and twisted thing that was happening in their own city. As I waited for my cab, I took the other ticket out of my pocket, the one that said Night 2. I stared at it for a moment, then I threw it away in the bin next to an ice cream parlor. At first, it made me feel lighter. Like getting rid of the ticket had also rid me of this heinous images I had seen that night. But on the ride home, I felt a tinge of regret. It would have been an incredible story, the biggest I'd reported on yet if I'd been able to see Madame Taglioni's famous Le Papillon in its entirety. And weirdly, I felt bad about leaving Emma. I went home, and strangely enough, I slept. It was a long, dead sleep, like the only dream I had been meant to have that night was the nightmare that I experienced in that theater. The next morning, I went into the office early. Even if I hadn't seen the entire thing, I was still planning on writing about Le Papillon, and I wanted to get it all down on paper before I lost some of the details. Plus, I always work best before my other coworkers get in and distract me. Heather had given me a key to the place a long while ago, so I used it fairly often. I unlocked the door and made my way to my desk like usual. There was something already on it. An envelope sitting opening side up. I slowly picked it up and peered in at the contents, although I already had a feeling about what was inside. A single ticket, maroon, gold foil. "Come see what's hot at Madame Taglioni's ballet, celebrating 50 years of Le Papillon, Masaniello Hall, admit 1. And on the back, Night 2. But that wasn't the strangest part. The strangest part was what had been written on the other side of the envelope. Help her. And, delicately taped to the paper, a small, dead, beautiful blue butterfly. Nice. I do like where this one's going, though. Oh. Man, this one is longer than I expected. Like, I read it through pretty quickly last night, but it is still longer than I expected it to be. Oh, what time are we at? Oh, is it 2? Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to read this next section, and then I'm going to take a quick break after that, just to kind of wet my whistle a little bit before we get to the back half. Because remember, kids, got to stay hydrated. Stay hydrated when you're reading long horror fiction. It's pretty long, but I do like how I do like where it winds up going. So somehow very pulpy and very subtly creepy at the same time, right? I like the pulpy aspect to it. It feels like a pulp detective novel, and I love that feeling. Like, it's definitely not what I would consider creepypasta or something like that, but it's definitely got a very good horror feel to it. A very classic kind of almost noir-ish horror feel. So, I can dig it. We'll do this one, then we'll take a quick break so I can get some water. Part 4. Beep. Do you know what happens when you burn a live body? The process takes longer than you think. It'll continue to burn, feeding on itself like a nub of wick on a candlestick. After a while, the body's natural defense mechanism starts to kick in. At the site of incineration, all blood and fluid delivery is shut off, attempting to limit the pain, but there's nowhere for all those materials to go. So they leave the body, a great leaking faucet onto the ground, the carpet, the wood of the stage. The palm of your hand makes up about 1% of your entire body. This process, the expunging of fluids, begins when more than a quarter of the body is burned. Back in the days of witch trials, it would often take a few hours before that person finally died. It took me one Google search to learn all of that. I would only guess that Emma Livery knows it too. I've tried to figure out who could have left me the note, along with my Act 2 ticket, but so far I haven't come to any concrete conclusions. However, after doing extensive research the day of the second performance, I have some new information and maybe one potential lead. Looking with fresh eyes after witnessing the atrocities that had taken place on the stage the previous night, I unfortunately understood more than I had before about Madame Taglioni's ballet's website. For one, those date ranges I saw under each Farfalla's headshot, I now knew what they were. Birth and death. The majority stopped at around ages 17 to 21, the same ages as most of the ballet's dancers. Francisca Wilde was there, her picture taken before her disfigurement, the second year after her birth left blank. What happens in Act 2 almost always kills Farfalla, which meant it would probably kill Emma, too. Another thing I've learned, which I'm sure many of you have already deduced, is exactly what happens to Farfalla at the end of the play. To put it simply, she is set on fire. Farfalla, still stuck in her butterfly form, is attracted to the bright glow of a torch. As she dances nearer and nearer, her wings catch fire. She leaps and spins across the floor. She sheds her butterfly form and is turned back into a young woman. Or, in this case, she sheds her human skin and turns into a corpse. I was getting more and more anxious. Time was slipping away too quickly, and I had no idea what I was going to do. It was afternoon at that point. Act 2, Emma's death only a few hours away. Whoever left me my tickets, most likely both the first and second time, was someone who wanted me to stop this. I didn't know why they had chosen me or what exactly they had in mind as to what I should do. It all seemed impossible. To stand against something that everyone, Madame Taglioni, the dancers, the audience, all of them seemed to be on board with. I felt alone, like I was the only one who could see the situation for what it was. But then, I found her. As it turns out, I'm not the first reporter to look into Madame Taglioni's ballet. There was someone else, a woman named Mathilde Reed. She wrote for a paper in Augustus in the 90s, one that's since been shut down, which is probably why I couldn't find her in my preliminary research. In July of 1999, she wrote an article about Le Papillon. The paper doesn't have a website, but it looked like someone had archived a photocopy on an amateur site about Augustus history. The headline read, Madame Taglioni's Mystery Ballet. Not what it seems? No shit. Disappointedly, the article didn't really go into anything new. It mostly speculated about things I already knew to be true, the hidden location of the performance, the violent nature of the dance, etc. But the article's contents hadn't been what caught my attention. Instead, it was the author's headshot at the bottom. I'd seen her before. I went back and checked to be sure. Although her last name had been changed from Reed to Robertson, there was Mathilde, the 32nd Farfalla of Madame Taglioni's ballet. I immediately started calling every number I could find, ballet studios, news outlets, anything in the area that might lead me to her, but no one had any information. She didn't seem to be anywhere in Augustus. I found a few more of her articles from the late 90s, most of which were about ballet and dance. She was an accomplished dancer, which I suppose she would have to be, in order to make Farfalla. But her articles tended to attempt to expose the darker sides of the sport. Abusive practice techniques, instructors that withheld food, dancers suffering injuries due to an unsafe performance environment. I couldn't find a direct number or address, although I knew she was alive since the second spot on her year bracket on the ballet's website was empty. She was Farfalla in 2002, 3 years after she had written the article about Le Papillon. Was it possible she had gone undercover? Or had she gotten sucked into the very madness she wanted to expose? But then, I remembered something. You know, in the 32nd year, they only made part of the way through Act 1 because the Prince Jalma's crown got caught in Farfalla's wing and ripped the whole thing off. The girl with the goldfish ring had told me that offhandedly, but It could be the key to everything. Unlike Mathilde, the 32nd Prince Jalma wasn't nearly as difficult to find. His name is James Arden, and he works as a dance instructor in Oregon. Like after being in Madame Taglioni's ballet, he had to get an entire country's distance between them. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears as I dialed up the number from the website. A click. Arden Ballet Instruction. How can I help you? Could I speak to James Arden? A pause. Speaking. I swallowed hard. Hello, Mr. Arden. This is Samuel Singer. I waited in case there was any sort of recognition there, something to suggest he had anything to do with what's been happening. There was nothing. Good morning, Mr. Singer. Would you like to make an appointment? No, I said. Then after a deep breath, I wanted to speak to you about Les Papillons. I was surprised when James sighed. Look, I'm getting tired of these calls. I have no connection with Taglioni anymore. I can't get you on an audition spot. I'm sorry. I tried to interrupt. No, that's not... He pushed on. There are plenty of good ballets. You kids don't need to get yourselves involved in... I wanted to talk about Mathilde. There was a quiet on the other line. A few pulses passed as we both breathed into the receiver. Mathilde Robertson? She was Farfalla in our show, very talented. He was curt and spoke as though he was thinking very carefully about each word he said. No, not Mathilde Robertson, I said, equally as carefully. Mathilde Reed. There was absolute silence. Are you still there? I asked. Who did you say you were again? Sam Singer, I said quickly. Look, I just want to know where I can find her. It's important. I could hear him hesitating, not trusting me. I'm sorry. I don't know where she is. He paused. I wouldn't get involved with her, though, if you know what's good for you. This piqued my interest. Oh, why not? He paused. She convinced me to ruin the biggest performance of my life. Then, before I could say anything else, he spoke again. Look, this was 20 years ago. I don't want to rehash it. Good luck with whatever it is you're trying to do. Wait, I said suddenly, betraying the urgency in my voice. Please, someone's in danger, and I think Mathilde might be the only one who could help. I had no idea if that was true, but it was my best lead yet, and I was running out of time. He waited a long moment, so I thought he might have hung up, until he let out another heavy sigh. She's got a kid. A boy. I think he still lives in the city. Ask him. Click. This gives you some Night Vale vibes? Yeah, it does give some Night Vale vibes, doesn't it? Being released in a series based around the POV character. It is, though. There's the thing. This is absolutely a series. Because the first part alluded to a previous escapade, which also had a link to it. So I'm guessing that this is an ongoing series with that featuring that character by the author on, I guess, this subreddit. All right, we're going to take a break for 10, everyone. Ugh. Everyone get up and walk around for a bit, drink some water and eat some food. I'm definitely going to get some water so I can keep my beautiful voice going. We'll be back in just a little bit. I guess don't touch that dial. Do people still say that these days? I'm going to say that. Don't touch that dial. All right, we still got a couple minutes here. I'm going to drink some more water. All right, I'm back. Taglioni's mystery ballet problematic. Yeah. You're on the last expression for the commissions? Oh, cool. Did Vivian tell you you went halvesies on a box of Commander? Oh, damn. I'm jelly now. That sounds awesome. By the way, I'm only gonna plug it once during the stream, and I'll do it here during the break. If you like horror stuff, I do indeed have a new Twine short story out on Itch. It's a short story called Skylar Truffaut Lives in Hell. And if you've liked some of the other stuff I've done on Twine, I would love it if you checked it out and left a rating. That's it. That's the only plug that I'm going to do this stream. Thank you. Thank you for listening to the plug. Good story, actually? Oh, well, thank you. Don't forget to leave a rating on Itch, so that way Itch, shows my thing to people. Drafting of Commander Legends? Holy shit, that does seem like a lot of fun, actually. But that is a process for a different time. Oh. For now, we head back into the lion's den. So 3 more parts left, 5, 6, and 7. Cool. We are in the back half of this story now. After this one, I'm going to share 2 of my picks. And if there are any other stories y'all would like to hear today, I've got 2 short ones I'm going to finish this off with. But if there's any other ones, probably not as long as this one is pretty damn long. But if there's any other ones like the length of the other stuff we've read that you want to hear today, I'd be happy to do that too. Because it looks like we'll have some time. And I'll do those after I do my picks. Welcome back to part 5. Oh, hold on. Oh. I've got a blanket here keeping me cozy, and it's very nice. This blanket. It's now ASMR for me, having a blanket on. Tracking down Matilda Reed's son wasn't nearly as difficult as I thought it would be. I spent my last few remaining hours before the show running between different hospitals in Augustus, using what little money I had to grease as many palms as I needed to. Until, a mere hour before Act 2 was to begin, before Emma Livery was going to be burned alive for an audience's pleasure, I had a name. Alexei. His father's name had been left blank on the birth certificate, and it looked like he had taken his mother's last name, Alexei Reed. 17 years old, and according to Arden, still somewhere in the city. Even with this small victory, things weren't looking good for me, which meant they weren't looking good for Emma, either. But then, I saw him. Unlike his mother, Alexei was on social media. Pictures of him at a restaurant for his birthday, at the park with his friends. All of the photos had stopped about 3 years ago. The profile was made with the name Alex, but I was sure it was him, even though he was a bit younger than when I last saw him. And suddenly, quite a few things made sense. I arrived once again in that dusty mystery street hidden in downtown Augustus. I got out of my cab, and once my driver sped away, felt the familiar, eerie silence settle over me. It was completely empty, and a thick fog settled down onto the cobblestone, just like it had the night before. The entrance to the Masaniello Theater, camouflaged as a decrepit old shack, lay straight ahead. The glass barrier that separated me from what I now knew to be the truth glinted yellow in the muted glow of the street lamps. "I told you that you'd be back." The young man stood behind the reflective surface, still wearing his same maroon vest, still smiling his casual, customer service smile. I approached the barrier. My night 2 ticket was clutched hard in my sweating hand. Even if this worked, even if he was who I thought he was, would it do any good? At this point, it didn't matter. I was either going to succeed or I was going to fail. There was no turning back. "Are you Alexei Reed?" The boy's smile faltered for a millisecond before it resumed. He pointed with a steady hand to something on his vest, something I hadn't seen before, a name tag. It read, "Matthew," shining gold letters. "It's actually Matthew," he said politely. We stood in silence. Then he cleared his throat, awkwardly. "Ticket, please." I hesitated. My time was up. It was now or never. "Mathilde Reed." Wait, no, wrong voice. "Mathilde Reed. She's your mother. The 32nd Farfalla. The reporter." The boy only shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm not who you think I am." Then he motioned a bit more forcefully to the opening at the bottom of the glass. "I'll need to see a ticket now if you want to get a good seat." I frowned. It didn't make sense. Mostly because it had made so much sense. He had to be Alexei. What other outsider to the ballet company would have such close access to tickets to such an exclusive show? Who else would know to replace the Act 2 ticket when I had thrown it away? His motivation, admittedly, hadn't quite worked out. What exactly was he trying to do? Save another girl from the same fate that almost befell his mother? Or had Mathilde been the one who had put him up to it in the first place, using her son to finish the news story she started before he was even born? Or maybe, judging by the way the kid was looking at me, he was just another 17-year-old kid who happened to look like someone I was frantically trying to find. My cheeks reddened with embarrassment and frustration. "Sorry," I mumbled apologetically. I slid him my ticket under the glass. He took it, then smiled assuredly at me. "Enjoy the show," he said kindly, just as he had the previous night. At this point, dread racked my body and my mind. Here I was, once again, ready to step down into the belly of the beast, completely and utterly empty-handed. I gave one last look at the boy, Matthew, like I was giving him a chance to change his mind. He only smiled. I stood in front of the door, a sick feeling deep in the pit of my stomach. I could open it, go down to the stairs, and take my seat next to the girl with the goldfish ring. I could listen to her and the other affluent, cruel members of the crowd coo with delight as they got their money's worth, as other human beings were taken apart piece by piece before their very eyes. Whatever faith some stranger had put in me had been misguided. That much was for sure. And again, I felt angry. Angry at someone for putting this on me, for making me see things I couldn't unsee, and for cursing me with the knowledge that it was only going to get worse. I pulled open the door, but I still didn't step inside. Instead, I wondered what would happen if I just turned around, right then. Washed my hands of all this monstrous thing I had never asked for. Truthfully, I almost did it. But then I thought of Emma and those brief moments of fear and uncertainty I had seen play out on her face. I straightened up. I still didn't know what I was going to do, if I was going to do anything, but I had to at least try. I stepped into the shrouded entryway, the staircase straight ahead. I took 2 steps forward, still riddled with anxiety, when suddenly I was pulled hard by my left arm through a door I didn't know was there. "Are you an idiot?" I looked around, disoriented. Not that looking around helped. It was a small room, the size of a bathroom, and it had absolutely nothing in it. The walls were flat black. The floor and ceiling were the same. It had that strange, oppressive feeling. The same claustrophobia I feel when I think of outer space or an underwater trench. Except a beam of light. There was a door in the back, besides the one on the side I had been pulled through. The door emitting light led to the outside, it looked like, to the front of the building, except there was a glare, and I recognized the reflection of the city lamps on glass. The door led to the ticket desk. I looked up. The boy was looking at me, appearing slightly angry and very worried. My eyes widened. Even in the half-darkness, he looked like the headshots of his mother I had seen. "You are Alexei Reed. Keep your voice down," he said tersely. Then he moved and closed the door I'd been pulled through before doing the same with the door to the ticket desk. For a moment, I could see nothing. All I heard was my own quickened breath. Then a small light overhead was flipped on, and Alexei Reed was looking at me. He had something in his hands, something I would recognize anywhere. It was a few clippings from the paper I write for, the Habitsville Gazette, though it was clear to see he had only cut out bits from my column, Bad Habit. I saw clippings of my stories about the Habitsville Hermits, Tommy McAfee, and a few I wrote a few years back. I looked at the boy. "What is this?" "I've been watching you, Sam," he said quietly. And it didn't scare me like I thought a statement like that should. He sounded so matter-of-fact. "You write things that are about things that are strange, things that betray logic, things that other people usually aren't allowed to see." He paused. "Like my mother." I felt a wave of understanding. "You're the one who left me the envelope, the tickets, everything." He nodded. "I need your help." Then he corrected himself. "My family needs your help." I blinked in surprise. Who, Mathilde?" "No, not my mom," he said impatiently with a wave of his hand. "She's in hiding. I haven't seen her in years." He stepped closer to me, his face sinking farther and farther into desperation. I could see his eyes glisten with tears. "My sister. They're going to kill her." I tried to contain my shock. Emma Livery, his sister? Surely she wasn't Mathilde's daughter. The timing didn't match up right. Emma's birth year had been in 2001 under her picture on the ballet's website, and Mathilde was training heavily for her roles for Fala at the time. But then I remembered the blank name on Alexei's birth certificate. There was no father listed, meaning that the two could be half-siblings. "It's not her fault," he continued, his voice shaking with emotion. She doesn't know what she's doing, I promise you. And they'll kill her. They'll really kill her if they find out what she's planning." I was distracted by what felt like a rush of hope. The show was about to start, but with at least one ally, we could do something. Storm the stage, pull a fire alarm, something. Despite the stress I was under, I smiled with relief. "It's okay, Alexei. We'll save Emma." Alexei blinked. He took a small step back and cocked his head to the side in confusion. "Emma's not my sister," he said blankly. It was my turn to look confused. "Oh?" "It's Franziska." My mind reeled. Franziska Wilde, the disfigured girl in the wheelchair, the one with arm and stumps for wings, the Farfalla that had come before Emma. The damage had already been done to her. What danger could she possibly be in? Then Alexei took a step closer to me, the two of us nearly nose to nose in the back room, the room so small that it could go from feeling like a refuge to feeling like a trap in an instant. His wide eyes had refilled with tears, and I watched as one burst over the edge and began to roll down his cheek. What he whispered next tightened my chest and made something icy trickle down my spine. He took a shuddery breath. "She's going to ruin the show." I'm a sucker for shit like that. That's pretty good. That's the good shit right there. Coffee break. My blood turned heavy in my veins. What? "Franziska. She's planning to ruin the show tonight. All of it." Alexei pressed the palms of his hands flat against either side of his head, as though the mere thought of Le Papillon being interrupted that night was enough to push him over the edge. They'll kill her if she does. I know it." He began smacking his hands hard against his skull in exasperation. "They'll kill her, and the show will be ruined." "I'm sorry," I started, swallowing hard, as Alexei began to pace. A bitter realization was dawning on me. You want Act 2 to happen?" Alexei stopped mid-step, and I knew that I had made a mistake. He suddenly turned and looked me dead in the eyes. "You don't?" I only hesitated for a moment, but that was all it took. Alexei backed away from me quickly, his eyes wide and reddened, his hands feeling for the door behind him. No, 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 he said lowly. You're just like them. You don't understand. No, He wasn't listening to me. Instead, he lunged into the ticket booth, rummaged around for a moment, and then re-entered. Even in the half-darkness, I could make out what was in his hand. A pistol, pointed squarely at my chest. Hey, I said carefully, instinctively raising my hands from my sides. This is a misunderstanding here. I could see his hand was shaking, same as mine. I forced my focus to shift from the barrel of the weapon that could easily plunge a bit of metal directly into the soft flesh of my heart, and instead met the eyes of the kid behind it. He looked scared, but not of the act of violence he was considering committing. I think he was genuinely panicking over whether or not Le Papillon would be ruined. Everything will fall apart, he said, his voice breaking into a small sob at the end of the sentence. He took a ragged breath. Father said so. Apparently, even the threat of death can't stop my investigative instincts. Your father? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Who is your father? The kid was still talking. He wasn't shooting. Father gives money to Madame Taglioni. He gave her a place to perform. He gave her Francisca. Spittle flew from his mouth, and a stream of snot began to run from his nose. All so he can have the ballet. He said it like it was a fact. The same way I might defend my own need for oxygen for survival, if my supply was being threatened. Why, Alexei? Why do we need the ballet so badly, after all it's done to the dancers, to your sister? And what it's about to do to Emma, somewhere downstairs? The show was surely about to start, if it hadn't already. I wasn't going to save her. I wasn't even going to save myself. Humanity needs to indulge. The suddenly leveled way in which he spoke brought me back from my spiraling. His hand, still gripping the gun, still aiming at me, had steadied. He used his other to wipe the snot and tears from his face before he continued. We need to satiate our baser urges. The lower classes, they have their outlets. Petty crime, illicit affairs, temporary, unfulfilling, vulgar. He chose the last word with a especially high dose of malice. But what are the rich to do, when their lives are already so saturated with luxury? He paused, as though actually giving me some time to respond to his question. Then he answered it himself. Their indulgences have to be at a higher potency, like a seasoned drug addict seeking a new high. He said the words with newfound confidence, and I had the distinct impression that he was reciting something that had been said to him many, many times. Only the best go without. My heart was still pounding hard in my chest as he continued. And so, the ballet, he said simply. The most beautiful and most monstrous parts of humanity, consumed as a whole, for 2 nights out of the year. To my disgust and horror, his mouth twisted up into a small, serene smile. The same smile he'd given to me back when I only knew him as the ticket boy. And it all culminates in a single, spectacular purge of evil, the burning of the innocent Farfalla. I felt quite sick. But even after what it did to Francisca? I love my sister, he said, in a voice devoid of anything of the sort. We are lucky to have the ballet in our blood, something with such a powerful legacy. He paused, and for a moment he looked uncomfortable, almost ashamed. She's the more fortunate one, though. The father we share is a great man, and his wife, my sister's mother, is a great woman. At that I was reminded of Mathilde and how she had nearly sacrificed her life to expose the ballet. So he and Francisca were half-siblings after all. But your mother, I started, only to be immediately cut off. My mother is a disgrace, he interrupted, his voice hot with pent-up anger. She took the name of Farfalla and squandered it, paying off that coward Arden to throw the performance. My mind traveled back to my conversation with Arden, how he spoke of Mathilde with a tinge of the same bitterness. She convinced me to ruin the biggest performance of my life. The 32nd Farfalla having her wings ripped off with Prince Jalmal's crown had been no accident. It was Mathilde's escape hatch. Alexei continued. She seduced my father for his secrets, abandoned me in the city, and took off. He spoke coldly, using anger to try to disguise the hurt and disappointment I could still detect in his voice. They're the reason I'm on the outside. My father left me out here, peddling tickets in this miserable alleyway, out on the curb like trash. He was getting emotional again. his voice trembling, and he looked to be on the brink of unraveling. "The ballet is a constant for us. In the same way humanity will never have a last act of violence or a last piece of art. It is a force of nature, and it stops for no one." The hand holding the gun had begun to shake once more, when suddenly he looked as though he had only just remembered he was pointing it at me. "But," I said weakly, "you wanted to help her." The boy shook his head. "I wanted to save her from herself." I saw his focus flicker from me to the gun, then back to the center of my chest, where a bullet would be buried if he pulled the trigger. A new surge of fear ripped through my body. "Alexei, don't." "It's my own weakness that brought you here. You were an outsider looking in on the bizarre and the strange. Like me." He paused. "I thought you saw the beauty in it. I thought you'd see the beauty in this, too." He looked at me with pity in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Sam. I thought you were different, but you're just part of the problem, just like my mother." His bottom lip trembled. "Just like Franziska." Then he steadied. His gaze became steely. He raised his gun. "Maybe she deserves to die, too." My legs were shaking beneath me. "Alexei, the show must go on." A sharp pain, a white-hot light, then everything went black. Oh shit, dog, we're on to part 7. Shot for planning a call-out post against the murder ballet, right? It's one of them classist rich cults all over again. Isn't it always, though? It's so convenient to a villain. All right. 7th and final part. Actually, get him a sip of water. Alexei, a brainwashed 17-year-old boy, was headed into a crowded theater with a loaded gun. I, cupping my hand to catch the blood rushing from the throbbing wound on my head where Alexei pistol-whipped me, was sprinting down the steps to stop him. My skull was pounding as much as my heart, as hard as my feet hitting the floor of the theater. The lights were dimmed, and the sound of the ballet filled Masaniello Hall. Act 2 of Le Papillon was underway. Even as I scanned the dark, crowded room for the shape of Alexia Franziska, I couldn't help but steal glances at what was unfolding on stage. Emma was dancing, looking as radiant and unharmed as she had the night before. Apparently they leave Farfalla unscathed and untainted until she touches the torch. Her butterfly backup dancers, however, didn't look so clean. Great splotches of violet and blue bruising their exposed arms and legs, stark against their white costumes. Some had gashes, imprints of Hamsa's fingernails, scabbed over and tinged violet at the edges. They danced in a swirl around Farfalla and Prince Djalma, who appeared unhurt as he tries to steal a kiss. That, plus the pale indigo stage light that reflected brilliantly against the shine of Farfalla's wings and scar tissue, provoked a despicable thought within me. It was one of the most beautiful sights I had ever seen. My attention was jerked away from the hypnotic image as something else caught my eye. The smallest sliver of yellow light down below the seating area, coming from a door cracked open. A dark shadow slipped inside, and the door swung silently shut. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could across the darkened back of the theater. Luckily, Hamsa had just interrupted Farfalla's and the prince's coy courtship, flying into yet another jealous rage. I knew the more bloodshed on display, the more distracted the crowd. Hamsa wasn't wearing the same dark makeup as she had been the night before. Instead, her eyes to themselves had been blackened by the fists of the fairies. She had the same brilliant hematomas as the butterflies that still swirled around her. I could tell by the slight bend at her waist that she was favoring her right side, like she had a broken rib or two. Still, she tore at the other dancers around her with as much fury and as little mercy as she had in Act 1. I had made it to the door. Anxiety and adrenaline coursed through my veins as I pushed through the doorway. Backstage at Masaniello Hall was far plainer than the performance theater. Instead of a crown, molding, and smooth marble, there was only a long, bright, white hallway, like in a hospital or an insane asylum. I crept carefully down the corridor. There were a few rooms with open doors. In some, dancers were getting themselves ready to go on, chatting excitedly and dabbing makeup over minor cuts and bruises. From others came cries and whimpers of pain. Most likely dancers that had been injured so badly that they were unable to continue performing. I tried not to look into those rooms. There was no sign of Alexei, and that familiar sense of dread once again crept down my neck. I was running out of time. Hamza had already started her second fit on stage, which meant we weren't very long at all from the big event. I kept moving until I reached a turn in the hallway. Before I crossed the corner, however, the sound of a low, cold, menacing voice stopped me. How could you lose my daughter? She's in a wheelchair, for Christ's sake. Francisca. I'm sorry, Mr. Wilde, a softer, calmer male voice replied. I'm sure she's just in the restroom. I'll find her at once. Mr. Wilde said nothing, and I scrambled to hide as I heard footsteps approaching, but there was nothing. No empty room to duck into, nothing to disguise myself. I wiped as much blood as I could off my face and head. I held my breath and pressed myself flat against the wall as a man came into view. He was large and imposing, and as he turned the corner, a frigid air came drafting with him. He had steely gray hair, a crisp suit, and as he passed, the aroma of conditioned wood and money hit my nostrils. Francisca and Alexei's father, sponsor of Madame Taglioni's ballet, proprietor of Masaniello Hall, and he didn't even spare a second glance for the reporter in his mist. Eventually he turned another corner, and once his footsteps faded, I peeked around the wall in front of me. The other man was one that I recognized, the tall, gaunt man dressed in all black that had wheeled Francisca out onto the stage the first night. He's gone. As I watched, the 49th Farfalla herself rolled out of a room behind him. Up close, I could see her injuries even clearer. Her shining burn scars matched the flaming red of her dress, the sleeve of which hung hollow around the wrapped stump where her arm would have been. She raised the other gently to the man in front of her. Are they ready, my love? She asked, in the same tiny voice I had heard the night before. He took her hand and pressed her fingertips gently to his cheek. They're ready. One at the entrance, one backstage, two on each wall, and the origin under the stage floorboards. I furrowed my brow. The origin? What were they talking about? Francisca smiled at the man, her parchment skin looking as though it might crumble where it creased. How close are we? She asked. They've just begun the last tableau. I'd give it about 8 minutes until Farfalla's fire lights the fuse. She gave a sigh of contentment. It's going to feel so good, she said dreamily as the man returned her grin. Watching it all burn. Oh. I couldn't feel the pain in my head anymore as I turned and sprinted back down the hallway the way I had come. I burst back out into the theater, but only momentarily attracted a few of the patrons' attention as I did. The stage was so blood-soaked that it probably just looked like another performer. Hamza had struck again, the butterflies had retaliated, and now everyone was smiling and horrendous. 8 minutes. 8 minutes until the entire place was destroyed. That was enough time for me to get back up the stairs, out of the shack, and maybe even part of the way down the street. There's no telling what potency of explosives Francisca had used, but I knew she had the money and power to make this as devastating as she desired. I was halfway to the door when she caught my eye again. Farfalla, spinning and leaping around her prince on stage, the picture of grace and beauty. But I could still sense it, those brief moments where I could see Emma coming through, uncertain, afraid, knowing full well that she was mere minutes away from being set ablaze, and yet unaware of that thought. It seemed everyone would share her fate. My body moved without the consent of my mind. Although my brain had voted overwhelmingly for flight, there was still something deep within me that wanted to fight. Suddenly, I was back down that aisle, down to the first 3 rows of seating that no one ever sat in, since they wanted to only see the blood and ash, not to feel or taste it. I peered under the stage through the gap in the wood slats. I could see it, a small bundle of wires, a large brick of powder, some duct tape, and I knew 4 identical packages lined the exterior of this building. My hands gripped the side of the stage. I hoisted myself up. A few of the dancers looked at me with alarm, but none stopped dancing. My shoes squelched on the blood and skin that had collected on the floorboards. Off to the side, I could see it. Madame Taglioni's bright eyes, one green, one blue, glinting bright in the flicker of firelight. She was relighting the torch. A fairy brought it out, dancing lightly and carefully with this open flame. Farfalla was spinning until her attention was caught by its blaze. I could see Emma hesitate, her feet moving slow and heavy, a slight tear tracking its way through the makeup and blood spray on her cheek, and then her hand was in mine, and we were running. I didn't turn back to look at her expression. I only felt her legs move with mine as we fled. Murmurs flooded the crowd, talking so loudly that they couldn't hear me when I yelled at them to run, to leave before it was too late. Then a sharp pull, and Emma's hand jerked me to a stop. I turned to see Emma struggling as a firm grip on her wing held her back. Alexei. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, and spittle dripped from his lips as he wrenched open his mouth and let out a guttural scream. "You're ruining the show!" He hungrily pulled on Emma's wing, trying to drag her back towards the stage, but she didn't even wince. Instead, the slack on her arm lessened. I heard the ripping of stitches and flesh, and suddenly there was Alexei standing dumbstruck with one bloodied bright blue wing in his hand. We watched him as he stared at it. Then he fumbled in his pocket and took out his pistol. But he didn't aim at us. Instead, he aimed back towards the stage. Franziska had come out of the door at the bottom, the tall man beside her. He saw her brother moments after he saw her. Alexei didn't aim. He only shot. Boom. He missed his mark, but he didn't miss entirely. Slowly, in the center stage, the fairy who held the torch looked down at her chest. A new bloodstain flowered from the center, spreading across the white fabric. Her grip loosened on the flame she held. We were upstairs and onto the street when the explosion started, but we were 3 blocks over when we heard the last one stop. We panted on the street, I more than Emma. The pounding in my head was strong, and my heart fluttered in my chest. I felt faint. It was late at night, and there were a few people on the street. We stood in a lamplight, basked in the yellow glow that made Emma's one remaining wing glow green. "Thank you," she said. Another soft tear rolled down her cheek. My lips moved to form the shape of "you're welcome," but before I could, the clouds of darkness rolled in once more, and I was asleep. I woke up a day later, alone in a hospital. I had a concussion and a nasty gash that needed sewing up, but otherwise, I was fine. I can only imagine Emma is too, wherever she is. Msen Yellow Hall is gone. The explosives that Franziska set turned the marble structure into a great underground furnace, baking its inhabitants before crackling into rubble. They say the entire side of Augustus had to be closed off for the giant pit that had formed out of that dusty old mystery street where everything began. It's impossible to account for who survived their final indulgence. Most were reduced to pale ash, swirling and dancing in a cloud, drifting up and over the wreckage before falling back down like July snow upon the pavement. A beautiful and terrible thing. I like that one. I like that one a lot. It's what I like about it is that it's a strange kind of like glancing encounter with something much larger than they are. And sure, they happen to be there at the pivotal moment, but like they themselves don't have the agency to stop whatever's happening here. Their agency only goes so far into saving like one person. Like they just kind of got to take a side seat to events that were far beyond their control or machinations. In conclusion, very talented dancers, but terrible politics and treatment of performers, -1 out of 10. There you go. Cancel Madame Taglioni. I like it a lot. It's definitely more like noir detective kind of horror, but some good shit. All right. Reads like a Ligotti story with a happy ending, right? Characters more bearing witness to what's happening than any... Yeah, that's right. Which makes sense because, they're a reporter. They just kind of get to be there on the sidelines. All right. I want to read for you 2 of my favorites now. These were ones you probably recognize, at least you probably recognize the first one of these, Psychosis, because this one is a classic. But this is the one that really got me into reading creepypasta stuff, so I hope you will forgive my indulgence if I want to read this one. The other one is one that I've talked about before, but is less well known. It's from the SCP Wiki, and it's one of my favorite pieces of fiction, actually. It's a continual source of inspiration for me. But let's start with this one. Oh, thank you, Jupiter. I'll check it out after the stream. That's good, because that means we can make some progress on finishing up that VN from a while back. All right. This one is called Psychosis. Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not on my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust the computer, I need to organize my thoughts. I need to get the details somewhere objective, somewhere I know that what I write can't be deleted or changed. Not that that's happened, it's just everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment, the only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this programming project so intensively. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor could make anyone feel strange. I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they've simply not logged in at all. My instant messages go unanswered. The last email I got from anybody was a friend saying he'd talk to me when he got back from the store, and that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception's terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just need to call someone. I'm going to go outside. Well, that didn't work so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, and I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I've grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt, though, because it was lunchtime, and I guess that I'd run into at least one person I knew. That didn't end up happening. I wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself in me for some indefinable reason. I chalked it up to having not spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down into the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from one the first day I moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure nobody knows these machines are even down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly and walked the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving into the strange impulse to not break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for the moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. I remember shivering, though I wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door, and I knew it wasn't that unique kind of late-night wind, the kind that was constant, cold, and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through the countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter, and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, relieved. It was such a strange thing to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I had speed dial for one of my best friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, but then I stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to the silence for a good 20 seconds, then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. Still full. I went to dial her number again, but then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. Hello? I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken voice in days, even if it was my own. I'd gotten used to the droning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer and the soda machines in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first, but then, finally, a voice came. Hey, said a clear male voice, obviously of college age. Who is this? John, I replied, confused. Oh, sorry, wrong number, he replied, then hung up. I lowered the phone and slowly leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received calls list, but the number was unfamiliar. Before I could think on it further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time I held the phone up to my ear, but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. Then a familiar voice broke my attention. John? Was the single word in Amy's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it's you, I replied. Who else would it be? She responded. Oh, the number. I'm at a party on 7th Street. My phone died just as you called me. This is someone else's phone, obviously. Oh, okay, I said. Where are you? She asked. My eyes glanced over at the drab whitewashed cylinder block walls and the heavy metal door with its small window. At my building, I sighed. Just feeling cooped up. I didn't realize it was so late. You should come here, she said, laughing. Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night, I said, looking out the window at the silent, windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. I think I'm just going to keep working or go to bed. Nonsense, she replied. I can come get you. Your building's close to 7th Street, right? How drunk are you? I asked lightheartedly. You know where I live. Oh, of course, she said abruptly. Guess I can't get there while walking, huh? You could if you wanted to waste half an hour, I told her. Right, she said. Okay, have to go. Good luck with your work. I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself in my ears. The two strange calls and then the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had the sudden, inexplicable idea that something could look in the door's window and see me. Some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on unsuspecting people that strayed too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational, but nobody else was around, so I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could while staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out all the half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from a wrong number, and Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another number. Nothing strange is happening. Still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I know it could have just been the alcohol she had, or was it even her that seemed off to me, or was it... Yes, that was it. I didn't realize it until this moment, writing these things down. I knew writing things down would help. She said she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular. She just could have gone outside to make the call. No, that couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. Monday. I forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up to the stairwell and looked at the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seems hazy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm going to check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Wait, think I heard something. Okay, it was thunder. That whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing water as torrential rain slammed against it. Only a very dim, gloomy light filtered in through the rain, but at least I knew it was daytime, even if it was a gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy and I couldn't make out anything more than vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves washing down the window. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs, past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor of the building. I looked through the grass that ran up the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind of that scatters the light, not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway listening to the rain, I had the strange fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths erected by some ancient forgotten civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that for just a moment the old grainy blue wood looked just like rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me, but then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lighting must mean there was a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled that the third floor had an alcove and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large thin glass window. Rain washed down it, as with the front door's window, but I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything that's been so odd lately, so I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored, it's raining, and I'm going stir crazy. I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead I'm just going to hide it between the 2 soda machines in the dark end of my basement hallway, run the wire along the wall under my door, and put black duct tape over the wire to blend it in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway's walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside my door and most of the stairwell. I'm watching it right now, and I couldn't see anything interesting. Just wish the camera's position was different so I could see out the front door. Hey, somebody's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted to video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful, but I feel much better. My strange fear has almost passed. I would feel completely better, but there was something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said everything seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing that he said, no particular name, or place, or event. But he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. But wait, I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her for dinner at the place we usually go to. I do love pizza. I've just been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days, so I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days I've been having. I should destroy this journal when I get back. Oh, another email. Oh my god, I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door, but I read the email first. It was from a friend I hadn't heard from in a very long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved in his address list. It had no subject, and it said simply, "Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them, they." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shock me, and I keep going over and over them. Is a desperate email sent just as something happened? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed it as spam from a computer virus or something, but the words, "seen with your own eyes," I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realize that I have not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, so vague, so eerie. Now that I think about it, was it eerie or was it fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events I've written here, pointing out that I've not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name and subsequent strange return call from Amy. The friend that asked for my email address. I messaged him first when I saw him online. And then I got my first email with a few minutes after that conversation. Oh my god, that phone call with Amy. I said it over the phone. I said it was within a half hour's walk at 7th Street. They know I'm near there. What if they're trying to find me? Where's everyone else? Why haven't I seen or heard anyone else in days? No. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment today, holding my cell phone up to every corner to see if it got a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in the tiny bathroom near one ceiling corner, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text message to every number on my list, not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears. I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" At that point, I just wanted any reply back. I didn't care what the reply was or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough. If I brought my cell phone down even an inch, it lost signal. Then I remembered the computer, and I rushed over to instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from the computer. Nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I tried telling people where I was and to stop by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything by that point. I just needed to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment looking for something that I might have missed. Someone to contact another human being without opening the door. I know it's crazy. I know it's unfounded. But what if? I just needed to be sure. I taped the phone to the ceiling just in case. Tuesday. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran into the bathroom, stood in the toilet, flipped open the phone, taped to the ceiling. It was Amy. And I feel so much better. She was really worried about me and apparently had been trying to contact me since the last time I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. I feel so embarrassed. I'm definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't even know why I'm writing in it now. Maybe it's Just because it's the only communication I've had at all since, God knows when. They look like hell, too. I looked in the mirror before I came back here. My eyes were sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just looked generally unhealthy. My apartment is trashed, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think I need someone else to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I'm not one to imagine things. I know I've been the victim of extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. I just happened to go out when it was late at night or the middle of the day when everyone else was gone. Everything is perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that has helped me tremendously. A television! I set it up before I wrote this, and it's on the background. Television has always been an escape for me and reminds me that there's a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the only one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day I met her among the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back to that moment sometimes, and it reminds me that this damn place is not all that there is. Finally, a knock on the door. I thought it was odd that I couldn't see her through the camera I hid between the two soda machines. I figured that it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines because I was embarrassed myself that I had taken this paranoia so far. After I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down at it. She smiled and waved. "Hey," she said to the camera brightly, giving it a wide look. "It's weird, I know," I said at the mic attached to my computer. "I've had a weird few days." "Must have," she replied. "Open the door, John." I hesitated. How could I be sure? "Hey, humor me a second here," I told her through the mic. "Tell me one thing about us. Just to prove you're you." She gave the camera a weird look. All right," she said slowly, thinking. "We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there?" I sighed deeply and returned, and as reality turned and fear faded. God, I had been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except in my memory. I'd never even mentioned it to anyone out of embarrassment, but I have a strange secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there was no way they could know about that day. "All right, I'll explain everything," I told her. "Be right there." I ran back to my small bathroom and fixed my hair best I could. I looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess I'd made of the place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, the bed I tripped on to the side looking for God knows what. I almost turned to the door and opened it, but my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam, the one I used for that eerily vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side. Its lens pointed at the table where this journal lay. An overwhelming terror took me as I realized that if something could see through that camera, I would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for any one thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world that I thought they did not know. But it did! It did know! It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door made to keep out the drafts too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in if not her? What the hell is out there? I saw her on my computer through the camera outside. I heard her on the speakers through the camera outside, but was it real? How could I know? She's gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled everything in my apartment up against the front door. Friday. At least I think it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing on there could have been accessed by network access or worse, altered. I'm a programmer, I know. Every little piece of information I gave out since this started, my name, my email, my location, none of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back to the beginning with the phone call from Amy. She was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I keep running it through my head. One point of view says I've acted like a madman, and all of this is the extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right times by pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says the extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there hasn't gotten to me already. I keep thinking. I never opened the window on the 3rd floor. I never opened the front door. To that incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, to which I ran straight into my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if anything is out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason I wasn't in the building already was that it was elsewhere getting at everyone else. And then I waited until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. I'll call what didn't work until it called me back and asked me my name. To terror, literally, overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces of this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off. Was it from someone trying to get word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came? Seen with my own eyes, don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. Could have masterful control of all things electronic, practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. Must have some solid presence. The door. The image of those doors in the upper hallway and the guardian monolith flashes in the back of my mind every time I trace this path of thoughts. There's some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside. Maybe it can't go through doors. I keep thinking back over the books I've read, the movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such intense foci of human imagination, always seen as the wards or portals of special importance. Perhaps the door's just too thick. I know that I couldn't blast through any of the doors in this building, let alone the heavy basement ones. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do it any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. What if it doesn't want to kill me? What if I have something far more horrific fate in store for me? God, what can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door I need a minute or two to think, and I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard their voices. My paranoia, and yes, I recognize I am being paranoid, has me thinking of all sorts of ways their voices could be faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside, simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come talk to me? Amy is supposedly out there, along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing, but I decided to think this has all been a crazy misunderstanding and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist had an older voice, authoritarian but still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said it's something called cyberpsychosis, and I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear he said got through somehow. I think he means spread throughout the country inexplicably, but I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I'm part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange email about the eyes that I got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against his paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too, with my text and instant messages online to everybody I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something I sent to them, something they might interpret any way they want, something like a text saying, anyone seen face-to-face lately? The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent, that it's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even where they shouldn't be there. That it's easy to get caught up in paranoia in our fast-paced world and the constant changing pace where more and more of our interactions is simulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something, or consciousness, or being out there wants me to open the door so it could capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish, after hearing that explanation, to stay in here until I starve to death, just despite the entity that might have got everyone else. It would be foolish to think that, after hearing that explanation, I might be one of the last people left alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spitting some unthinkable deceptive entity, just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing I've seen or heard, and I have every reason in the world to let all my fears go up and open the door. That's exactly why I'm not going to. How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deception? All of these damn things with their wires, they're signals that originate from some unseen origin. They're not real. I can't be sure. Signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television line broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signals, waves, light, the door. It's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contrivance could it be using to simulate the sound of men attacking the heavy wood so well? At least I'll finally see it with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for it to deceive me with. Ripped apart everything else. I can't deceive my eyes, can it? Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them. They wait. What's that desperate message trying to tell me to trust my eyes or warning me about my eyes too? Oh God, what's the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electronic signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. I have to be sure. Date unknown. I calmly asked for a paper and pen, day in and day out, until finally it gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I going to do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like part of me now. The pain is gone. I figure this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the motions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time, because I'm certain everyone left in the world is dead or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind of nurse, as an unsympathetic doctor. I think it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallways on the off chance I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors has lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it's real. None of it gets to me, not like she does. That's the worst part, the part I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me masquerading as Amy. Its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy. It feels exactly like her. It even produces a reasonable facsimile of tears that it makes me feel on its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, I told it all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me, that she always loved me, that I didn't understand why I did this, but that we could still have a life together if only I would stop insisting I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No, it needed me to believe that she was real. I almost fell for it. I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, too real. The false Amy used to come every day and then every week and finally stopped coming altogether. But I don't think the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of its gambits. I will resist for the rest of my life if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I can be a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero. The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in the shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive, but he knew that the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream, but the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient once more that he was wrong and that there was nobody trying to deceive him. Fucking love this one.
Wow, spooky.
Oh, hi, Vivian.
It's lunchtime for me.
Oh, it's lunchtime. Oh, hi, Sass. Didn't see you come in there. Sorry about missing you come in. We're playing the Nier remake. Yes, this is the Nier remake. I still love that Nier has a fucking text-based part of it for whatever reason. Do you need my focus to order a lunch?
What do you want, if anything, from?
Oh, hold on for 2 seconds, everyone. I am going to order some delicious vegan lunch food. I'm going to take another quick break while I do this, and then when I come back, we'll start in on the next one, SCP-93, which I'm looking forward to. Jupiter, thank you so much for coming by. You have a great day. All right, go on mic quiet for just a moment. I'm back. Bitch can't keep me away that long. Read a story exactly like this, but more small. I think I read a story exactly like this, only bigger. It involves someone being deceived. His I think name is like what? Oh wait, no, I just realized it's spoiling something we haven't gotten to yet. NVM.
You can't spoil Rene Descartes.
You're right. I can't spoil Descartes.
It's the Cartesian demon. She spoiled it.
Spoilers if you haven't read Meditations on First Philosophy, right? Sorry, I know there's a lot of Descartians out there. What Descartiacs? There we go. Nailed it.
All right.
We're actually past 3 o'clock here. We're getting... You mean every Philip K. Dick novel? Yeah, exactly. We're actually moving a lot faster than I thought I would. So... Or slower at the end here. So I'm going to read this one. This one is also a little bit longer. And then I'm going to read the 2 short ones that I have saved for the end. And I think we'll end it there. It might go a little bit over 4 o'clock, but I think that'll be a good way to end the 420 stream. Hopefully everyone is having a good funny number day. Everyone do the funny number dance. It's the funny number dance. All right. This is one of my favorite pieces of fiction, and it continues to inspire everything I do today. And I loved reading the SCP Wiki, but this one stands above the rest, I believe. And I think as we get into it, you might see why. You've seen this one, honey? Yeah. SCP-093. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. See testing document SCP-093-T1 for outlining of testing conditions. SCP-093 must remain on a mirror at all times and under video surveillance. Admittance into the area of SCP-093's containment must be authorized only with proper video recording and subject retrieval procedures in place. Any attempt to use SCP-093 outside of an approved test will be dealt with severely, up to and including termination. Description: SCP-093 is a primarily red disc carved from a stone composite resembling cinnabar with circular engravings and unknown symbols carved at 0.5 centimeter depth around the entire object. Deeper cuts are present on SCP-93 with a depth of 1 to 1.5 centimeters. SCP-93 is 7.62 centimeters in diameter and fits comfortably into most palms without abrasion. SCP-93 will change hue when held by a living individual. The colors taken by SCP-93 are still being researched to establish a link. Current belief holds that the changes depend upon regrets carried by the holder. If SCP-93 is removed from a mirror and not held by a person, it will seek out the nearest mirror-like surface. SCP-93 has been observed to travel in the largest possible circle while rolling, building up phenomenal speed. The mechanism of this acceleration is currently unknown. If an obstacle is between SCP-93 and the nearest mirror-like surface, it will use this momentum to punch through the obstacle and continue on its course at this speed. It will only stop when a mirror-like surface is contacted. Despite tremendous impact velocities, no damage will be dealt to SCP-93, nor the mirror. Additional notes. No records exist to clarify the nature of SCP-93's discovery or presence in the Foundation. See SCP-93-OD. Since no records exist explaining SCP-93's method of containment, a test procedure was initiated to establish why mirrors must be used to contain it. The results of SCP-93-T1 lead to the discovery of living beings holding SCP-93 being able to move through mirrors in the series of tests in SCP-93-T2 to ascertain the destination reached through this travel. SCP-93 Original Documentation. SCP-93 Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Item SCP-93 is to be kept on a silver-lined mirror on a 0.3 by 0.23 meter, 1 foot by 9 inch pedestal at least 1.22 meters, 4 feet off the ground floor, in containment cell block, redacted. Object is not to be contained in areas exceeding 3.66 by 3.05 meters, 12 by 10 feet, nor placed on mahogany, pine, cherry, or aluminum pedestals above or below level 1 of containment cell block, redacted. Object can be handled safely, albeit gently, without consequences. Tests and consequences thereof involving containment conditions can be viewed in Section B35-1 of the attached report. Description: Object was found on the shore of the Red Sea, 30 January 1968, emitting a low sigh and a dim blue gleam. Its color has since turned into an orange mix of red, only emitting a hum of varying volume whilst in the presence of female examiners of ages between 34 and 41. SCP-93 resembled the documented blue for 5434 at 1:23 on 26 April 1986, coincidentally when the body of 194-9834 was discovered in research facility redacted. Ties between 194-9834 and SCP-93 remain inconclusive, and effects of prolonged exposure to 93 remain unknown, except for infrequent reports of periods of calmness, in the case of 242-0049, as periodic waves of depression, loss of balance, and thoughts of suicide. These feelings have reportedly not exceeded 11 days in duration. Object seemed to react to the feelings of presence of 242-0056 by turning light violet for no more than 2 minutes and 9 seconds, as documented on 12 March 1993. Effects of this reaction remain unknown. Additional notes. Origins of 93s remain unknown, and documents of recovery of 93 have since been destroyed in a fire in research facility redacted, 9 December 1989. Reports on the feelings of researchers who handled 93 have remained inconsequential since 19 April 1995. SCP-93-T1 Containment Test. Testing of SCP-93 against conditions set forth for existing containment procedures to assess viability of continuing such containment, beginning with the changing type of mirror used as a position of rest. Mirrored surface, brass frame, retail-grade mirror. SCP-93 rests without activity when placed on the mirror. This test alone removes the need for costly silver or wooden containment systems. Standard grade table. SCP-93 turns upright and begins to roll across the table surface in one direction, making a U-turn and rolling to the other, completing an oval shape, and repeating this action until a mirror is brought into the vicinity of it, at which time SCP-93 rolls toward the mirror and lays flatways against it, sliding towards the center. It is noted that despite the grainy feel of SCP-93, it does not mark the mirror in any fashion while moving across it. 2 mirrors at either end of a standard grade table. SCP gravitates towards the closer mirror regardless of orientation and makes no distinction between different types of mirrors, favoring a factor of distance above all else in choosing the mirror to move to. A mirror held by a person and moved around. SCP-93 follows the mirror as it moves, gaining speed until a maximum velocity of redacted is reached. At any velocity, the impact of SCP-93 against a mirrored surface results in no damage to either object. A person holding SCP-93 placing it on a mirror. This test was accidental, the result of one of the staff tripping another after some debate about who would be covering the lunch tab. As a result of the behavior of the researchers, it was discovered that a person holding SCP-93 and placing it against a mirror will, in fact, move into the mirror. Addendum. Containment testing discontinued after establishing that SCP-93 requires only a mirror to rest inert. Testing on human interaction with mirrors while holding SCP-93 authorized by Dr. Redacted. SCP-93-T2 Mirror Test. Testing protocols. Subjects testing SCP-93 must wear a Class 3 buckle harness strapped to the chest and attached to a tension pulley system, allowing for 300 meters, or approximately 1,000 feet, of movement. Additional spools may be added to extend the movement if necessary. The clasper connecting these spools must be high-grade and capable of withstanding applied force of 0.2 tons. A field kit containing the following should be standard issue for testing of SCP-93. 1. Wrist-mounted light source with 3 hours lifespan, and additional power sources providing up to 6 additional hours. 4 1/2 liter water bottles with water. 4 meals ready to eat of any type, plus 2 plain granola bars, chocolate chips allowed. 1 standard issue Beretta 9mm firearm with 24 rounds of ammunition, loaded. This is not to be issued until subject has passed into a mirror using SCP-93 and should be given under armed supervision, ensuring the subject passes through entirely. This item is to be requisitioned first upon subject's return, and subject to be made aware of this before leaving the line of sight within SCP-93's mirror. 1 standard issue field knife. Subject is not to be made aware of this item and must find it on his own within the kit. The subject must also be attached to a video system, with a camera mounted on subject's head or shoulders. The video device should be cable-based and allow for the same length of travel as the return system. Wireless cameras have shown mixed results and should only be used in testing conditions where SCP-93 is a currently known color. New colors must be tested using wired feed. During testing, the color of SCP-93 must be recorded, as well as history of subject in terms of their incarceration, to identify how SCP-93 determines the color to assume. A link appears to be connected to a guilt or lack thereof in the subject's psyche. The attached test results should be read in order. SCP-93, blue test. Mirror test 1, color blue. Subject is D2384, male, 34 years of age, strong physique. Subject's background shows instance of murder, attempted suicide. Subject is cooperative in all steps of testing. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-93, which emitted a blue color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed into an outdoor landscape, heavily tinged in blue. Video feed followed in attached media. The camera activates, flickers into view. Subject is looking out over the same field reported by technicians. Looks like typical lowland plains. Everything has a heavy blue tinge overlapping the normal colors. No discernible landmarks visible as subject pans its view left to right. Only grass, weeds, and a breeze moving to the taller grass. No trees, no living beings visible. Subject moves forward as instructed, traveling for approximately 500 steps before something becomes visible. A patch of the land up ahead is barren, and grass can be seen dying as subject approaches it. Approximately 300 steps forward, subject is standing before a hole in the ground. The hole has been dug using unknown tools of primitive origin. Pulley system engaged, and the camera suffers a slight shudder. Subject is instructed to enter the hole, and after mild protesting, agrees to do so. There is no apparent method of descent, such as ladder or rope. Subject relies entirely on his own hands and the pulley system to slow the descent. Approximately 100 meters of cable is used before bottom is reached. Light source provided in field kit activated 50 meters down when outside sources become unreliable. Sweeping gestures of the light reveal nothing more than dirt even at the bottom of the hole. Subject moves forward with assistance of the light source. Asked about the blue tinge, subject expresses confusion and says there is no such tinge from his perspective, and never was. Light is visible down the passage, and 150 meters of cable has been used. Out of the camera's eye, sound is recorded and the firearm being prepared. When questioned about these actions, the subject states justified precaution and moves forward. The tunnel turns from bare dirt to a concrete enclosure. The subject complains of stench. The light source is revealed to be a ceiling light fixtures, a ceiling of which with less than a quarter of broken while the others function. A series of 6 doors, 3 to a side, span before the camera view with a 7th door visible at the end of the corridor that has been blocked by what looks like a generic metal shelving debris. Debris shows signs of rusting and is typical of retail store units suggesting other human presences. Subject requested to try doors in whatever order he chooses. Subject tries first door on right, but door's locked. Does not open. Second door tries to open, but does not budge. Unlocked, but blocked. Closing second door, third door is tried. Same results as first. Going up the other side, the third door does open fully, and light is bright in the room. Portable light is switched off at this time, and subject pans camera to inspect room. The room is bare. No contents, but its walls are filthy. Subject states the material on the walls isn't dirt, but he can't identify it. It seems to resemble melted plastic, but it's brown in color rather than black. The door is closed. Second door on the left side has no handle, does not move when pushed. The hole where the handle was is plugged by some unknown material. All doors are shaped in such a way that nothing can visibly escape from the sides, and space for movement is too thin to look through even at ground level. First door on left hand is locked, but part of key is present in lock from stem to the ridges. The back is broken off. With effort, subject manipulates key to open the door and immediately begins coughing, complaining of a stench. The walls of the room are clean as this floor, ceiling coated in the same strange brown material as the third room. In this room, there is a makeshift cot made from aged blankets with a pillow, a wooden crate containing open boxes of what appears to have been aged foodstuffs. Language appears on video as squiggles. However, the subject states that they simply read cereal. A second crate in the room contains what appear to be empty water bottles that have dried out. A book lays next to the cot, closed. No title nor identifying marks. On the walls, what appears to be clipped articles, but the language cannot be read. Subject asked to remove clippings for retrieval. All articles but one crumble at the touch due to age. The intact article is put in a field sample container and seems to be the most recent compared to the others. Asked to investigate the book, the subject begins to move toward it. Audio on the tape goes strange, and a high-pitched screeching noise like grinding metal dominates all communication for 3.5 seconds. Subject has not touched the book still, and when the noise stops, subject asks for control to repeat request. Control made no requests during that time, as headsets were removed. Subject is advised to leave the room and notes that the door has begun closing slowly on its own, and if left alone, will close. Subject advised to leave the door alone and investigate the door on the right. Careful review of the following 10 seconds of tape shows that the camera pans. A figure is visible at the end of the tunnel where the 7th door is. The door is only open enough for a face to be seen through a crack just before the door silently closes. No details can be seen. Subject investigates the second floor, door on the right, with no mention of anything seen out of the ordinary. This door, when pushed against, moves, and after repeated bashing, move enough to view inside at an angle. A cork board is visible with more articles attached to it. The top of a box of cereal can be seen on the floor and what appears to be a hand laying palm up. Subject closes door and pans camera past door 7, which remains closed. Seeing nowhere else to explore, subject requested return. Subject poses no protest and complains of ever-increasing stench. As subject returns back down his tunnel, his camera feed does not change or show anomaly, but control reports a sudden surge in cable movement, pulling an additional 100 meters of cable through before going slack again and then tightening. Video feed shows subject descending tunnel slowly while control attempts to verify integrity of the pulley system. Subject requested to stop ascent, but he states he's not climbing, the rope is pulling him up. Panic sets in on both sides as subject is informed to ready firearm. Upon reaching the top of the hole, nothing is visible on camera, and subject reports that nothing has changed in the landscape. Then begins a return trip following the path of the cable. Traveling for approximately 900 steps, the subject asks how much cable he has used. Control admits they are unsure due to complications, but the subject has traveled in a straight line to reach the hole, so it should be a straight line back. Subject becomes concerned when he states that more cable is visible now, moving at a 90-degree angle away from the point of the ground. Subject pans camera around full circle slowly. On him, behind subject, a crowd of 37 countable figures stand silently. Features are unidentifiable, and they are lacking the blue tinge that dominates the landscape. Panic breaks in control again, but subject notes only oddity as being the cable have an angled path. Subject tugs his end of the cable. It is taut and does not move. Control begins to reel the pulley system back and slack rapidly winds. Watching the angled cable movement can be seen as grass is disturbed further down the angled portion from the reeling, then the line vibrates as it meets resistance and emits a twang from the recoil. Subject's camera pans back along the length of the cable, which now appears to slowly be allowing more slack, before suddenly all slack is returned, and pulley system begins again. Control requests subject return following cable path, and screams are caught on the audio with panic from subject. 5 shots are fired as the subject aims pistol at something not visible on camera. Control reports being able to see subject returning toward the point of origin while the camera shows wire disappearing into a point floating in the air. As subject passes this point, all cable is now in the pulley system and the camera films only the floor. Control reports that the mirror took approximately 5 seconds to return to reflection, and SCP-93 remained blue in color until 1 hour after being recovered from subject. A vile-smelling fluid was present on the subject's clothes and around his hands when the firearm was recovered. This fluid dried quickly and was deemed insignificant of study due to lack of quality sample. Control personnel monitoring the mirror state having seen a massive human being crawling on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal person with no facial features and a very short arm reach, pulling itself towards the mirror before it returned to reflection. Due to proximity, fine details could not be made out, but at least one observer noted the being appeared to have been shot from the marks in the otherwise smooth, featureless face. Field test kit recovered from subject containing a newspaper article that reads, "Data expunged," and was filed as item, "Data expunged." I don't know if this is working as well when I read it out loud, but it's still... I don't know if this works as well as a read aloud kind of creepypasta, but it's still one that I very much enjoy. Like most things of its kind, it's a little bit of a slow burn, but we love our slow burns here. Slow burn should be the name of our channel.
Burning nice and slow like a dumpster fire.
Burning nice and slow like a dumpster. Yeah, you got me. SCP-93 Green Test. Mirror Test 2. Color, green. Subject is D-54493. Female, 23 years of age, average physique. Subject's background shows instance of grand theft auto and second-degree murder of 2 children during escape with vehicle. Subject is cooperative in all steps of testing. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-93, which emitted a green color. Outside, technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed into a farming landscape, heavily tinged in green, similar to the first test. Video follows attached media. Camera activates, flickers to view. Subject is looking out over the same farmland reported by technicians. All greens through the video feed are deeper, and green tinge overlays the normal colors of objects, similar to the blue tinge in Test 1. No landmarks from Test 1 are discernible as subject pans the camera over the area. Present is a field, long abandoned, in the middle of which stands the remains of a scarecrow of unknown design. Fragments left are rotted and torn. Nothing grows in the tilled land. A farmhouse is visible to the right of the field, large, 2 stories. A basement shelter entrance is visible at one end. Subject prepares her sidearm immediately and is asked by Control to relax before proceeding, her heavy breathing dominating the audio feed. Subject takes a few minutes and announces that she's fine, then proceeds, as directed, to walk the perimeter of the farmhouse. Children's bicycles, 2, a boy and a girl's, lay against the house near the shelter doors. One of the doors to the shelter lay in the grass, torn from the entrance as evidenced by splintering wood. On the stairs lay clothes arranged in a descending order, shoes to shirt going down them, belonging to a boy. Subject begins screaming at Control, asking if this is some sort of sick joke. Control assures her they have never seen this environment either and to please calm down. Subject takes several minutes to regain herself before continuing. It is unknown if SCP-93 is linking the subject's past with her landscape. After several minutes, subject agrees to continue. Communication to subject is muted, and conversation of Control making commentary about subject's jittery attitude make up audio for 1.5 minutes. Communication restored as subject reaches bottom of stairs. The cellar of the farmhouse is unremarkable and typical. Several wooden shelves line the far wall containing unidentified canned substances. Broken light fixtures swayed gently from support beams. Cameras panned across the basement slowly. No evidence of footprints are visible. The basement can be assumed to have been abandoned for some time. Subject begins to comment about a stench. As subject pans the area, a metal hatch is visible in the ground, similar to a bulkhead on a submarine with a turn handle. Subject remarked that the smell is at its worst around the hatch, and the dirt around the hatch is noted as being clumped and clay-like. The handle of the hatch is old, and the paint chipped. Subject coerced into turning the handle, which, when fully turned, opens the hatch. Subject begins coughing at the release of assumed old, stale air. When camera is tilted to view down the hatch, it is a white concrete tunnel similar to the one found in the Blue experiment, but in much better condition. Subject asked to descend ladder and close hatch behind her. After some convincing, the subject agrees to descend but does not close the hatch. Overlooked concerns about severing the pulley system return in doing so are acknowledged. Descent down the ladder and trip to the farmhouse has consumed approximately 53 meters of cable when the bottom is reached. The inside of the hatch appears to be a bunker, ill-suited to long-term usage. It is spacious, about half the size of a usual cellar itself, containing 3 bunks, 1 for a couple, and 2 for single use. Several boxes of food, similar to those found during Blue, marked as cereal, fill a waste container near the hatch bottom. On the beds are 2 skeletons, and on the floor is a third, lying next to which is a simple 6-shooter revolver, containing no ammunition. 3 spent casings are lying across the floor near the gun. On the other side of the skeleton is a bound book in good condition. This is retrieved and placed into a field kit container upon request. The gun is left alone per request from Control. Subject examines more of the bunker, focusing on a desk where newspaper has been cut and it is in good condition. The clipped articles are recovered using a field kit container. Little else of interest to be brought back is in the bunker, as the camera is panned around. Trash bags containing clothing, a few children's toys resembling popular 1950s-era products, are lined against the wall. Subject is requested to leave the bunker, and then sharply asked to wait by a control technician who directs the camera view to an area near the exiting doorway to the hatch. Closer inspection as subject moves in finds that a small area has been fitted with what appears to be an Ethernet jack, the cover of which has been forced slightly away from the wall by a strange amber-like substance. Subject refuses to touch or collect a sample, commenting that it stinks so bad that if they want it, they can come get it themselves. Control declines, and subject leaves bunker. As subject grips the ladder to leave, camera pans up for a moment, and at the top of the tunnel, a humanoid figure is seen peering down. Control asks subject to confirm figure. Subject states that nothing is up there and begins to climb. Figure draws out of camera view. After first rung is touched by subject, who ascends without incident. At the top of the tunnel, no other life is seen. Nothing has been disturbed. Subject insists nothing was there and closes the hatch, then immediately vomits. Subject coughs and uses a supplied water bottle to gargle, then freezes and asks if Control is hearing that. Control reports no audio. Subject approaches cellar hatch cautiously with firearm drawn and lifts her head just enough so the camera can view the outside area. In the distance, approximately 700 meters from the farm, two massive humanoid beings are crawling across the landscape. The entities do not notice the subject, who remains quiet but whose drawn sidearm is visibly trembling. Subject requested to remain still and silent as the beings move. They are featureless, facing at an angle, moving across the field of vision so the faces are only visible for a few moments. During this time, it is clear they have no facial features. The arms they use to drag themselves are short and at times long at others, stretching out to varying lengths each time they move. There is no rear area to the beings. All bodily design appears to end at the torso. The two creatures take approximately 10 minutes to disappear into the distance before the subject begins to panic and begs to return. Request declined. Subject instructed to enter the home from the cellar and not to leave the home under any circumstances. The first floor is entered through a hatch in the ceiling floor that opens with crusty creaks that cause the subject to pause for 37 seconds before continuing upward and entering a kitchen. A heavy layer of dust coats all the items in the kitchen. The refrigerator is left open. All food is spoiled. Adjacent to the kitchen is a living area that subject enters slowly. There is a recliner, a couch, and a television, all of 1950s-style design. In the recliner is a laptop, whose case also resembles 1950s decor and is coated in heavy dust. Opening the laptop reveals the last moments of its operating system, Faithful OS, leaving a standby mode and immediately shutting off. Laptop has no external power source and will not power back on. When asked to recover laptop, it brings the cushion of the recliner with it, the two stuck together. Subject advised to leave the laptop where it is. The inside door, leaving the home, is nailed shut with thick wood planks. No attempt made to interact with these. Camera view pans to the staircase leading upstairs. Subject ascends to the stairs without being asked, and the stairs remain silent to control surprise. When subject reaches the top stairs, a hallway with two doors is viewed, one on each side, and at the end of the hall, a dumbwaiter is inlaid into the wall. Subject opens the door to the left on her own, which opens to a master bedroom. The bed is neatly made, but the wardrobe next to it is thrown open, and clothes are everywhere on the floor. Subject finds laid out on the bed several pieces of jewelry and is informed to leave them. Subject begins to protest, then comments they stink and leaves them alone, promptly leaving the room. Subject asks to open the second door. The second door opens and gives a view of a shared children's bedroom, obviously a boy and girl given the types of toys and clothes scattered on the floor. There's also a window which subject approaches and wipes with a curtain to clear the dust. Subject is requested to move camera to window and does so. The farmland is visible, and approximately 40 kilometers from it, at best guess, a city. As the camera starts to draw back, it pans down and films the area around the house. Approximately 300 figures, similar to those from the footage captured during Blue Test, are visible around the home, all staring up. Subject asks to confirm figures, but states nothing is there. Subject requested to return and quickly agrees. Egress from the house is uneventful. Pulley system shows no erratic behavior. As subject returns to the point of pulley wire's origin, a loud groaning noise causes the picture to reverberate. Technicians at control point report they were also able to hear the noise and experience the vibration. Subject returns to the point of origin without investigation, and mirror returns to reflective surface. SCP-93 relinquished. Video ends. Return newspaper fragments, filed as redacted. It's my stream. I'll read the long ones if I want to. Also, if you've read any of the stuff if you've read any of the things that I've written, you can probably see how much this has influenced my writing, because this kind of fictive nonfiction is a style that really, that I really enjoy. SCP-93 Violet Test. Mirror Test 3, color violet. Subject is D84930, male, 21 years of age, average physique. Subject's background shows instance of second-degree murder of a police officer during a drug bust. Normally this crime, while severe, would not qualify a person for a sentence that would end up with us, but the murder of the officer was especially brutal and excessive violence was used. The subject was uncooperative and had to be reminded that his cooperation would only benefit him. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-93, which emitted a violet color. Outside technicians observed the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it. At which time, the view changed to a cityscape. Urban, lightly tinged in purple, similar to the first test. Video feed shows attached media. Camera flickers to life and pans around the area. Subject is in what appears to be a modern downtown district, similar to a city like New York. These streets are mostly bare, except for a few cars of unknown make or model. These cars look highly advanced and streamlined. Subject attempts to look into the car windows without being instructed to, but backs away, remarking that there is a rank-ass stank coming from the areas around most of them. Subject is persuaded to move closer to one car and does so with coughing, wiping off a window which is covered in dirt. The inside of the car appears to be completely filled with the strange brown matter. There's nothing at all visible other than the brown matter. 2 other cars produce the same results. However, a 4th vehicle seems more recent than the others, and the insides are immaculate. The doors to this vehicle are also unlocked, and subject quickly gets inside, then shuts the doors. Subject is chastised for this behavior by Control, who reminds him his lifeline is something more than a cable, which is sturdy enough that closing the car door does not injure it, but they cannot recover a person in motion. Subject argues with Control over this issue and pans the camera around the dashboard, pointing out that he couldn't drive away even if he tried. The dashboard is void of any recognizable controls, no ignition, no steering. It has several small blank screens that are theorized to be a GPS system. Subject remains in the car while Control discusses how to proceed, since the city landscape is far larger than the previous test destinations. Control debates this issue while Subject stares at the cityscape from the car. During one pan, a face is clearly seen staring into the car, eyes watching the subject. However, this was not noticed until post-test footage review. Subject made no comment regarding this entity at any point. Control shortly after informed Subject to remain where he is, and an escort team is dispatched to the mirror to join him. A team of 4 armed personnel is sent through the mirror and proceeds to the subject's location. Subject is then instructed to remove his harness, which is recovered. This subject's video feed then ends and is replaced by a wireless unit used by the escort team. The video quality on this unit is subject to more interference, but in order to mark the mirror exit, a receiver system is placed through the mirror. Subject leaves the car and now travels with the escort team. Given the myriad of possible options, they are instructed to simply move to the closest building and attempt to enter it. This building has etched glass doors bearing the name XEA Research Partners Incorporated, and the doors are ajar. A magnetic lock system is present, but it has lost power. The team enters the building and the main lobby. This area resembles a stereotypical corporate lobby. There is a C-shaped receptionist desk with a chair pushed far from it as if it was left in a hurry. A PC terminal at the desk is at the desk as well. The team approaches the desk, and the camera bearer is instructed to examine the PC. The unit does appear to have a power, and Faithful OS appears on the screen, requesting a login and password. A keyboard is present, but it is remarkably slim to touch with sensitive keys rather than press-down keys. After one failed attempt to lock, the lock screen replies that the maximum attempts have been exceeded. The PC turns off. No actual tower nor power button can be located, so the team moves forward. Behind the receptionist desk are 2 elevator doors, one to the left and one to the right, with similar touch sets keys. The elevator on the left is broken, and the door and the shaft empty. The elevator on the right appears functional and has power. Without a clear destination, the team is instructed to proceed to the highest floor to get a lay of the city. All floors appear accessible, with the highest being 114. In reality, 112 as 13 and 113 are missing from the keypad. Journey up the elevator is uneventful during this time. The elevator does appear to take longer as it passes by 13 and then 113, suggesting that entire floor area was built and nothing put on it. At 114, the doors open and team enters a large lounge-type area. There are many couches with dust on them. A wide screen of apparently LCD TV, approximately 60 inches in size, dominates the wall in front of them with no power. A series of windows are open, allowing in the sunlight at the far end, to which the team proceeds and angles the camera outside. The view of the city is astonishing. This building is one of the tallest visible, but certainly not alone in its stature. The city below is gray and silent, no evidence of life at this altitude. Some buildings in the city have a strange brown growth that appears to have been splashed against them, as if a gelatinous mass was flung, then seeped down before hardening. Other buildings have floors where the glass has been shattered, and the same brown substance is seeping out of the edges. One member of the team calls the camera bearer to the windows from the other side. On the other side of the building, the city edges can be seen. Attention is pointed towards an expressway that encircles the city, upon which crawls another of the large half-body humanoids, dragging itself with its elastic arms, as witnessed in previous tests. It travels the highway, then moves out of sight. The team returns to the elevator and notes that a button has already been activated for floor 74. No one has approached the elevator. The team agrees to travel to this floor. On the 74th floor, the doors open and reveal a waiting area to what appears to be a doctor's office. At the reception desk, there's a sign-in sheet with a series of names and dates. The dates on the sign in the sheet all carry the year 1953. A PC at the receptionist area is on and functioning at a user desktop. The background for the PC is a large set of praying hands and the word Faithful OS under them. On the desktop area are a series of folders with years on them containing files that, when clicked using the center button on the mouse, open to a word viewer. All the files appear to be appointment information. On the desk is a notepad titled, From the Desk of Dr. Borzysky, Blessed Purificationist. The door to the doctor's area is sketched with the same name and title as well as a crucifix. Opening this door leads to a white, dust-free hallway that has 2 examination rooms and a key-coded door at the end. The examination rooms are unremarkable and typical of any doctor's office. Oh, thank you. All medicine cabinets are empty. A small amount of C4 is placed at the lock to the key-coded door at the request of control and then blown, forcing the door open. The area it opens into is much larger than the reception area itself and seems to contain a series of large containment capsules. There are a total of 6 of these capsules. 2 are broken and a brownish amber material coats the floor coming from them. 1 is empty. The last 3 have nude humans floating in them with breathing masks. Attached to the front of these tubes are medical charts showing vital signs and conditions. For symptoms, the charts explain, in somewhat awkward English, ailments that seem more like flaws of personality or character, or just incidents that have occurred in the patient. Control asks for a zoom-in of one of the patient pages on the chart. After focusing, it reads, Citizen Jennifer Zirka did suffer a lapse of the heart that did lead her to lay with her neighbor twice upon nights of her husband's departure from their home. Patient did submit herself into the Lord and our hands for cleansing of mind and body. Prayer administered by High Father Uwalkin, and patient submitted to a 3-day period in the Lord's tears to cleanse her system, then released in good spirits. This one might have been a bit too long. Yeah, I'm getting that impression, but I still love it, so. What I think we'll do, because it's almost 4. I think we'll finish this page. I'll leave the last 2 for your own selves, because my estimation powers were off. And I'll read the 2 short ones that I want to read at the end here. Also, fucking planes. The topmost page reads, Citizen Alberius Farfan, stuck out of a high father during a sermon, blaspheming the Lord's tears, did turn his daughter to be unright in mind and heart, thusly laying blame for her heart. God fucking damn it. I hate living right here. This is the absolute worst possible time they could have picked to fly the fucking jets overhead.
The rent's cheap.
But the rent isn't cheap is the thing. It's not. What are we paying for? I'm sorry, everyone.
Tactical air support.
Tactical air support. Tactical air support around my apartment, right? Here's what we'll do. I'm going to read the 2 short ones to... Yeah, dang it, Benny, right? I'm going to read the 2 short ones to end it, so that way we can... I don't want to have the planes continue flying overhead. The first one is written by a dear friend of the channel, Bree from Wife City, who you may well remember. If you haven't checked out Wife City, please do check it out. Also, one's Benny entry for SCP, right? I do encourage you to read the rest of that one, but given its length and how clumsy it sounds to read aloud, it's probably a sign from Benny to move on. So, Bree has written for us, here's the general script of every dumb creepypasta I've ever heard. It's important to read in a slow, hushed British accent. Alright, I'll do my best here. I've always loved old video games, the type that remind me of those golden years hanging out and BSing with my friends. So I decided to go to a pawn shop and pick up an old N64 I had my eye on since the last time I was there. Fortunately, it was still there when I arrived this time. The console came wrapped up with a classic controller and a copy of Super Mario 64. I loved this game when I was a child. I'd spend hours playing it with my friends, and eventually I knew the whole game like the back of my hand. I could not wait to finally relive those old nostalgic feelings once again. I paid the man behind the counter and rushed home. My girlfriend was visiting her parents that weekend, and I thought I was going to have the whole weekend to play this game all to myself. This was absolute bliss, I thought. I plugged everything in, I started the system up, and away I went. Hours went by as I sat there mesmerized by the sights and sounds of my childhood. It wasn't as good as the game I had when I was young, but what do you want? I hadn't played it in years. I had some difficulty and fell off the edges in levels a lot more than I was used to doing, but I was still having a blast. But then something happened. A few hours into the game, I fell off the map of Tiny Huge Island, and Mario screamed. It wasn't the normal yelling when he fell off the edge, but instead, it sounded like a man falling to his death. It was a loud, blood-curdling scream which rattled my TV and shook me to the very core of my soul. I had never heard something so terrifying in my entire life. The game reloaded the level, and all I could do was move the camera around the level. Mario wasn't there. I shut the system off and had to catch my breath for a moment. Maybe I was imagining things. I hadn't been hydrating very well, and I was sitting alone, just hearing things. That's what it must have been, right? Well, I got some water in me, had a snack, took a moment to collect myself. I was convinced it was all just a glitch or my own imagination, not a big deal. I started up the system to see if it was working properly now. There were no sounds upon startup. Mario's face popped up in the beginning screen as usual, and then it began distorting in horrible ways. His face let out a horrendous scream 1,000,000 times worse than the last one. I panicked and unplugged the game console, smashing it against the wall. In a cold sweat, I called my girlfriend and asked if she could come back home earlier than planned. I did not want to be alone any longer than necessary. I was scared out of my mind. Monday came around. I caught up with my college colleague at the water cooler who was happy to chat about old video games. I told him all about what had happened that weekend. He just looked at me with a confused expression on his face and said, "What's a Mario game?" Perfect timing, too. Thank you. That is literally every video game creepypasta. Just, there you go. You're safe now. It's done. And of course, one last classic. Spooky, right? One last classic one. So you're with your honey, and you're making out when the phone rings. You answer it. And the voice is, "What are you doing with my daughter?" You tell your girl and she say, "My dad is dead." Then who was phone?
I requested that one, thank you.
That was Vivian's request for the stream. I think there are a couple of takeaways here. One, I think this is a fundamentally sound idea for a fun stream to do like maybe once or twice a year. Two, fictive nonfiction does not work well when you read it aloud. Three, fuck planes. Not planes in general, but like these planes specifically. Thank you all for coming out today. No, we kind of stumbled towards the end there, but you know what? It's still one of my favorite stories, so fuck off. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be playing more Hat in Time. And now I've got some delicious vegan food I need to eat. Then who was phone is it really is poetry, isn't it? It's like the game you like, but something messed up happens. It's perfect. It's literally perfect. Thank you all for coming out. Have a happy, funny number day, and I'll see you tomorrow for